You hypnotize me. 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 You hypnotize me.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Original OC with you on the Original OC channel. We've got incredible footage, incredible hidden footage tonight from inside Rolex authorized dealers in the UK. Hidden camera investigation results tonight. Full coverage and analysis here on the Original OC channel on this Valentine's Day night. Valentine's Day night. So we're going to do a short stream tonight. We're going to try and keep it to under 6 hours. Let's try and keep it to under 6 hours, guys, so we can spend time with our significant others. But I've already spent dinner with the family, and now This news had to be revealed. The analysis of this incredible, shocking expose, corruption exposed, the hidden camera investigation, which we will get to in 5 minutes. But this is unbelievable footage, guys. You guys will be shocked. Full analysis coming up in 5 minutes. But first, let me say hi to everybody who is in the chat. Guys, if you're in the chat, please type in a comment so I can say hi. Want to say hello to Logan Hall's Grill Streams, who is first. Logan Hall is also a member. Thank you very much for being a member, Logan. We've got Andy Lewis. Howdy, y'all. Andy Lewis is also a member of the Original OC channel. How do you become a member, you ask? Okay, good question. For those of you who are not members, meaning those of you who don't have a star next to your name, those of you who don't have access to the special members only streams, if you'd like access to those and all kinds of other perks, including special members emojis, guys, try out the members emojis. Pick your favorite brand in the chat and use those emojis. Why are you not taking Mrs. OC on a Valentine's date night? We Mrs. OC doesn't love. She doesn't like some of the typical things that most people like on Valentine's Day. Like she's a huge lover of flowers, so like she thinks like flowers are a waste of money. Sometimes I'll get her flowers, and she's like, "Why'd you get me flowers?" But hey, Mrs. OC and I have been together for, let's see, 37 years. 37 years. Mrs. OC and I have been together for 37 years. So amazing, amazing, amazing. Hey, we got Jonathan Smith, the OC, the watch investigator. What's up, Jonathan Smith? Got Jen G in the chat. What's up, Jen G? We're going to go through this incredible hidden camera investigation behind the scenes at the Rolex ADs. Now, listen, I got to be very, very careful. I want to say a couple of things first. Number one, shout out to this channel, which is Frankie Mardell Trilogy. Frankie Mardell is apparently the guy behind Trilogy Jewelers in Hatton Garden, London. So the credit for this video goes to Frankie Mardell at Trilogy Jewelers in London. The other thing I want to say is that the live stream tonight, as is always the case, is conducted in full, using the full spirit and backing of U.S. copyright laws, which means that footage that may or may not be copyrighted material may be presented on this channel consistent with U.S. copyright laws under the notion of fair use. Newsworthy, commentary, satire, etc. So we will be presenting footage tonight that is in full compliance with U.S. copyright law. Hey, we got Tariq in the chat. Tariq, what's up? OC, what's up, Tariq? We've got Ryan Hofre in the chat. What's up, Ryan? By the way, for those of you who just joined, please hit the like button. Hey, please hit the like button. I want to share something really, really cool. Monochrome watches, shout out to Monochrome, has come out with their annual Rolex predictions. And although I think there's zero chance of any of these things coming true, for a change, I actually like what they came up with. You know? So I'm actually quite impressed with these predictions. By the way, if someone wants to jump on the panel, please, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. I don't know if my internet is going to hold up. So if someone jumps on the panel, that'd be super helpful because otherwise the stream may just die at any moment and you'll be left with dead air. So if anybody is not doing anything for the next 30 minutes or hour or whatever wants to jump on, keep me company, I would really appreciate it. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. So let's review Monochrome's predictions, Rolex predictions for 2025. Again, in my opinion, there's zero chance that any of these will come true, but I think they're interesting. I think they actually did a kind of a good job coming up with some interesting scenarios. I'll make that a little bit bigger. So let's see what we got here. Let's see what we have. So I'll skip all the commentary. Okay, so idea number one is a Rolex Blueberry in platinum. So this would be a Rolex Blueberry GMT in platinum. Okay, and it would be available with a platinum Jubilee bracelet, a platinum oyster bracelet, or a meteorite dial. So this is blueberry color dial, blueberry color bezel, but the GMT would be in platinum. This, although there's zero chance, and I mean zero chance of this happening, I think it's a cool idea at least, right? It's a cool idea at least. Yeah, this would never happen. I think it is very, very cool looking. Pick that up. What do you guys think of this as an idea? Hey, we got Kyle D in the chat. What's up, Kyle? We got BW from Jacksonville, Florida. What's up, guys? Yeah, I love that blueberry color with the blueberry hand, the blueberry bezel. This would I buy it? Probably not. Probably not. You tell me, what do you think is better, this or this? This would be the meteorite blue platinum GMT. I'm not sure I said that in the right order. How about this? Blueberry, the platinum meteorite blueberry GMT. Is it better than the meteorite Pepsi in white gold? What do you think of the concept of a platinum GMT Master 2? I think it's pretty nice. Would you like to see it on oyster? Let's see here. Let me make this a little bigger. There you go. Check it out. So you got the blueberry GMT on platinum oyster, the blueberry GMT on, oh boy, brace yourself. Rolex predictions. Here we go. Hello.
When you talk Rolex prediction, I have to pump on. I cannot resist. You know that, right?
Have you ever been correct in any of your predictions?
Did you forget? This is a joke or what? You forgot a little bit. Let me remind you.
Please remind me.
Back in 2023, before the introduction of the anniversary of the Daytona, I told you, and this is on record, that I said that it's going to be a Daytona. That time, I didn't know if it's going to be only the platinum, but it will be a Daytona with a display back.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
have
I think you did. You did say that.
yes,
You did say
yes.
that.
I mean, it was rumors that the platinum Daytona might come with a oyster flex instead of a bracelet, but we did talk about that I mentioned that it's going to be with a display back. Now, um, I also got kind of an inside information that it will be probably also a GMT with a display back. It can be maybe first time ever a platinum GMT with a display back. It can be, I don't know, any maybe a gold version or something. Probably it's going to be a precious metal with a display back. But um, I do predict, and something that it was also back in 2023. You guys didn't wanted to agree with me, and you guys actually laugh about it. Not about the display back model, about that I said that all the Daytona going to be discontinued to a new version, to a new case. You guys said no, it's impossible. They just released. I think that time it was like 6 months ago. They just released another new Daytona, right? Because every year they used to release a new version of a Daytona. And I said, yeah, I get it, but they're going to change the whole lineup to a new case. And this is basically what they did. So yes, I understand that last year was introduced the Guinness in steel, but Rolex still can change all the GMT, to the 41
Well,
case, to what we saw with the sub. Now, here is a question to you. Let's say I'm right. Let's say they change the whole lineup of the GMTs to the 41. And they repeat the models. Let's say again a Guinness and again, repeating most of the models, the same like they did with the Daytona, right? Do you see
mhm.
a special value or increased value in a Guinness that was basically with the maxi case in
No,
about a year versus the new one?
no, no. I
Okay.
don't.
Why?
I don't. Because if
Mm,
Rolex is coming out with a new model, they
mm,
believe that the new model is better. They believe that because they're always making evolutionary changes and tweaks to make
right.
make it a little bit better. So if they believe now that they don't always get it right. Remember, they introduced the Date 8 2 and the Date Just 2. They
Right.
introduced the Yachtmaster 2. They introduced the Sky Dweller, a lot of terrible
Mm,
models, you know. Um, so sometimes they get it wrong,
mm,
but but they correct themselves. So when they came out with the super case
mm,
and people looked at it and they said, "Listen, this doesn't look right." Immediately, when they were designing the Sea Dweller 43 millimeter, they said, "Okay, well, we're going to change it and we'll make the lugs a little bit slimmer, more elegant. We'll make the bracelet width a little
right.
bit bigger." And they did that as early as 20 what year was that? That was like early on, like
I think
2018,
2020.
2017.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, this was the Sea Dweller before they did the Submariner. They did the Submariner in 2020
Mm,
and they did the same thing. But
right.
yeah, I could see them saying, listen, it's time for the GMT to be updated. We'll make the lugs a little thinner. We'll make the case a little bit tweaked, but we'll keep everything looking the same. And people will go, oh, it looks exactly the same, but it'll just be
Yeah.
slightly refined.
Look. You have to date basically thinking about how a Jubilee would look like in a 41. You already have it on the Sky Dweller. So basically, the same bracelet of the Sky Dweller, is going to you're going to match the new GMT in 41. So you're going to have a Jubilee, of course. Um, Another thing funny is that it's not that they might be lazy and not make a major revolution in the what. Look, the movement, they basically update the movement only about I think 7 years ago, is quite short. In 2017 they put the new movement in the GMT, right? I don't see them changing again the movement or making a tweak in the movement. Um, Another thing is I just see really maybe a lazy aesthetic, how we say clothing. It means only the case change. Um, they can do, a little bit decorate, like I said, one model decorate a bit of the movement and make it a display back in one of them.
Hmm. Because a couple of years ago they
Mm,
upgraded the movement with the, what is it called, the parachrome hairspring,
yes.
and the whatever it did to that increased it up to 72 hours of power reserve, right? And then they put the
Yeah.
cornet in the middle between the Swiss and the maid to indicate the updated movement. So they already did that. But let me ask you this: on the
Mm,
GMT, the one thing that people complain about, or the one improvement that they could make to the movement, and I'm not an expert on the design of the
mm.
movement, if it's even possible to do, is to do a true quick set date on the GMT Master 2. So in other words, instead of having to cycle the hour hand around 24
Mm.
hours to advance the date, is there a way to design the date mechanism so you could actually have a true quick set
Wow,
date?
this is look, this is the interesting question the way you ask, but the truth is that it is a kind of let's call it half quick because you can move the hour hand pretty fast to change the date.
It's not fast. I
Um,
mean, pretty fast, but and you can go
Pretty
forwards and
fast.
backwards.
Oh,
You can go forwards and backwards, which is convenient, but it's not the
yeah.
same as being able to twist the crown, in 1 second and advance the date
Mm.
five dates. You know,
Look, basically
like the
what
date
you
just,
ask.
like the date just, the day date, everything else in the lineup.
Look, what you ask is the if you do something like that, you ask for the crown to come one more millimeter out to have basically three positions and not only two, you know?
Not
It
necessarily.
is what's going to happen, yeah.
No, is that I'm see again. I don't know anything about what it would
Mm.
take from a movement perspective to do it,
No,
but
because think about it. Think about it like this,
think
OC.
about it. Think
You
about it.
have what? No, no. You have position one. You move the whole movement, right? Position two, you move only the GMT hand. And basically, if you because you have a date, so you need one more position to move only the date. So you actually demanding three positions.
Well, I don't know how they do it, but I'm sure they
You
can figure
know.
it out. If they can figure out
Mm,
a mechanism to advance the day of the week one direction and
mm.
the date a different direction on the day date, which is fucking genius the way it works, how incredible it is. I'm sure these
Ooh,
guys, with all their
Oh,
engineering
so
capability, can come
so
up with
if
a
you
quick
do
set date.
that, here is the thing. If you do that, you actually it's complex because basically you compromise on the GMT. It's like, hey, now I can move the GMT hand only forward, but if I turn it backwards, only the date can move. So you still it would make sense three positions, you know. Hey, by the way, we have one more person jump on. No,
Buckley, what's up, Buckley? By the way, let me ask you
hey,
this: if
Buckley.
they don't change the GMT Master 2 case, the bracelet, or anything else, but they just came out with a model in platinum, what do you think about that? Like this. This is supposed to be the blueberry and platinum.
Who are you asking?
Anybody?
Hey,
I think he
Marcel.
asked you. Hey, Buckley, how you doing?
What's up, Buckley? What do you
Um,
think of the idea of a platinum
Mm,
GMT Master 2?
mm.
um,
I think
the,
expensive.
the GMT to me is the weakest of the three.
Mm.
So, I mean, I like the one on the screen though. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, Buckley, you say that the GMT is weaker than the sub? I actually
I
thought
think so.
the other way around. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think so. I think the GMT is
Mm, mm,
flesh in the pan,
mm.
but I do like this navy concoction, and that Coke looks pretty good.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to that in a second. I
Look,
just wanted to pull this one up here. Yeah.
look, there
So
is
which
one
which
thing. Sorry, you see. Continue, please.
I'm just gonna say, like, which of these three do you think looks the best? Assuming that if these were real, platinum on Oyster, platinum blueberry on Jubilee, or platinum meteorite on Jubilee.
Platinum oyster.
Yeah, and meteorite, they will not continue doing that. They don't have that much stones. You know that the stone that they're using is already basically a national
Oh, they
treasure.
have.
They
I know,
cannot
but they have
use
they
that.
have they have enough to last thousands of years. Come on.
Really?
Yeah, they do. Oh, it's the
But
Gibeon meteorite. The Gibeon. Yeah, I know. They've
they
got
give me
slices.
they
They've
bought the whole stone.
they've got slices to last for 5,000 years. I mean, come on.
No way.
I don't know if I agree with Buckley that the
Mm,
GMT is the weakest in the line. Oh, and by the way, when he says
mm,
weakest of the three, you're talking about the three main sports watches: the Submariner, the GMT Master 2, and the Daytona.
Yes.
yeah.
I always think that the Submariner is the weakest. It is the most kind of iconic and entry level in my mind, but
Yeah.
I don't even have a Submariner in my
Yeah.
collection.
Yeah. You know, Buckley, when you're talking about that, you know, the subs, maybe you're right, but at least in sales, in the gray market sales, the way we see the market, the GMT is at least 30 or 20 or 30% above the subs in general, right? Well, what do you think?
No, it's a production thing. They
Mm.
make, so if they made the same amount of subs as GMTs as Daytonas.
No, I'm not talking about the quantity. I'm talking about value. How
Yeah, but
it reflect in the
that's
game.
why
Yeah.
they're more valuable, is because a
Mm,
Pepsi and a Pepsi on its own, a Batman on its own, a Sprite on its own
mm,
is much rarer than a black sub on its own. For every five,
right.
maybe every 10 black subs they make one
Mm,
Pepsi or Batgirl. But if
right.
they were all equal production, the sub is the strongest, the Daytona is second, and the GMT is third, without question.
Mm,
People are just used
also,
to the gray market price and you can't get it. And
yeah.
the people forget the Pepsi was gone for what is it, 15 years?
It
No,
was gone for no. I'm going to tell
8,
you.
12, 13 years. It was gone.
Yeah, 13 years. Yeah.
Was not in the catalog. They had a white gold version no one gave a shit about. They made the black, 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 which,
Mm,
next to the sub, it was definitely a secondary watch. People bought it if you like the complication, but most people
mm,
buy a sub. So, you know, the sub is the weakest on the gray market because they make
mm.
double, triple, maybe even quadruple the amount that they make of the GMT and the Daytona.
Yeah, they struggled. By the way, released back in 2014. They released the anniversary.
So Marcelo, the question
Yeah.
is, right? They make I don't know. I don't know how many watches they make. What are they making these days? 1,000,002?
Yeah.
1.2, yeah, roughly.
Okay. So I think it was someone came back and said that like
Mm,
half that, like 600,000 are Datejust. And then, a hundred
right.
thousand, well over 100,000 are subs, right? What would
Mm.
happen if they made 600,000 Daytonas, right?
Yeah.
You know what would happen? It would
Mm.
be it would be 50% off the retail price on the gray market.
Buckley, so let me ask you this way. We all know after the release of the Submariner book that that book did create a lot of, it did affect a lot the prices of a lot of the subs, especially the revelation of the Hawk that everybody, thought maybe they did only 60,000 pieces worldwide, and in the end was revealed that they did a quarter of a million.
Yeah, exactly.
Um, so you think that a book, because it is not if we know it's going to be released probably maybe this year a GMT book and probably next year a Daytona book, or maybe reversal. You think this is going to affect a lot that models as well, right?
No, I don't know if they'll do a book because that book was from Nick Folks, and
Mm.
he did a book on Patek. He does books on what he's interested in. So I don't know if he'll do a book on the GMT or the Daytona.
Well, Rolex said they're going to release books. He's
They
only
did?
the first. Yeah, yeah. He's only the first of a serial of books that's
Oh,
going
okay,
to
I
be
didn't know
released.
that. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, they make a lot of watches. They make a lot of watches,
Mm.
and they've been making the sub, black sub. They've been making
Mm.
since the 50s, nonstop. And in a down market with who knows how many subs are out there? Maybe even I don't know. What's the number? The total number of subs?
Oh, who knows? I mean, I'd
I
have
need
to add
to.
it.
I need to look in the book again.
Over
But
a
I
million,
think.
maybe. Over a million, maybe.
Yeah, I think in the steel ones when I saw, and we're talking only the latest models, I think it was something like also a quarter of a million Starbucks and a quarter of a million black with the date and something a little bit less no date. So yeah,
Okay.
it's nearly
So the
nearly a
41
million
millimeter,
subs. Yeah,
41
yeah,
millimeter, they got less than half a million out
mm,
there. It's still over retail.
right.
I
Mm,
mean, the demand. This is the thing. Everyone gets this wrong. It pisses me off. They take hype
mm,
and they say that demand is the same, right? Like, what is the highest in demand watch? The hype person says the Panda Daytona and the Nautilus and the blue Royal Oak. No, that's not the most in demand watch. The three most in demand watches on the planet are the Datejust, the Submariner, and the Speedmaster. They sell the
mm.
most. They sell all three of those combined is close to a million watches a year. Just those three watches. Those are the ones that most people want. If you made that amount of GMTs, Daytonas, and Royal Oaks, they would be pennies on the dollar. People wouldn't want them anymore. So it's just a bunch of bullshit that we've been fed, and people are attracted to over retail.
Yeah, and that bullshit, by the way, still continue because look, the big companies, we're talking about the top five, definitely, Richard Mille, Patek, KP, even Vacheron Constantin, and of course Rolex. They saw, what happened back in 2020 with the true thing that happened that was a lot of, people starting to buy watches like crazy, and truly they didn't have watches in stock that time when now that there's tons of watches inside. The safes are full with all the models you want, and they still pretend to create that hype that you cannot get what you want. You go to a Rolex. By the way, I don't know how it's in the state, Berkeley, but today they redesign here in Japan all the Rolex stores in a way that you don't have no more watches for sale. They redesigned the boutique that you have only display watches and the tables to sit and sit and talk to request a piece. I mean, they stopped. They took all the tables that you used to have watches there that you could pick. They took that out.
Yeah.
So what's going on, Buckley? I mean, this is the new norm. This is the way they want to do business now.
I know
It's
they're
like,
doing a
hey.
lot of crazy. They're doing a lot of crazy stuff. I don't know.
Mm,
A lot of crazy stuff. But by the way, coming up in this
mm,
episode,
mm,
the hidden camera investigation from Haddon Garden, London. Frankie Mardell of
mm,
Trilogy Jewelers takes us inside the shady underbelly of Rolex
mm.
authorized dealers. You won't want to miss this one. This is incredible hidden camera footage, and we will be
Mm.
covering it
Let's
in
see.
depth coming up soon. Yeah, Buckley.
Um, I might deflate your
Mm,
bubble here. Happy to go
mm,
over the video, but I rewatched it a second time and I think it's fake.
mm.
I think this guy's full of shit.
We will have to watch it, and we will let I think your opinion is valid. We should consider it, but we should also let the audience weigh in on what they see because this is a expose of corruption at the highest levels of the Rolex retail network. If true. But by the way, what do you think of the idea of finally? I mean, they ask for this every year. This is their prediction, quote unquote prediction, of the Rolex GMT Master 2 with the black and red bezel. This is the Coke in
The
white
Coke.
gold. The Coke in white gold. What do you
I think it looks great. I think they kind of missed their opportunity though, because when it comes out, everyone will say, "We knew that was coming."
Yeah.
But I think it looks good. I think it looks really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they'll say, sorry to go back to what you said before about that show. Look, it's possible that we might see something interesting there, but it doesn't reflect, each Rolex boutique work in each country, by how the mall work or so on. It might have a lot of bias in one place and less bias in another place. So how you distinguish that,
Yes. Good point.
So you know what's nice about this?
What?
The dial is matte. That's what's making the difference. The dial here is matte. Looks good.
Yeah, nice.
But I'm not buying any more black dial Rolex watches. Not doing it.
Look, if Rolex want really to surprise, and I don't really believe they're going to do this this year, maybe more 10 years or something, because they like to push things forever. Um, and I talk about this in once of the video that I did, I think like 2 years ago or something, that to go back to history, if they want to do a really historic piece, they need to change completely, remove the ferrochrome bezels and put a sapphire bezel, in this case, similar to the blow pan, that have loom on the bezel. That was the initially important when they actually released actually the GMT back in 1954. Sorry, 1955.
You want them to have basically a sapphire bezel that looks like the old Bakelite bezels that they used to
Exactly.
have. Yeah, look that they would be modern and reliable and durable, yet would harken back to the look of the old Bakelite.
Exactly. And
clear.
you know what?
Yeah.
And you know what? Forget about the Meteor Dial GMTs and all the other colors that they did. Two GMTs that going to be historically important. One, of course, like we said, that have the traditional black dial, and one actually the albino with a white dial that they released that time. And if it's possible, even a Guinness, but not a Guinness that appear now with a black and brown, but something with all brown again, all with the sapphire, that come also with a black dial and one with a white dial that was the albino in precious metal that they released that time, because they released actually 3 models that time. They released and by the way, that Guinness, they used to call it Concord. But so they released the Concord and they released the GMT, the Pepsi. And they released this in 2 versions, one with a black dial that was for everybody, and one that nobody actually could get, only the executives of Pan Am. There was with a white dial, and one in a precious metal in yellow gold that had also the Jubilee. What do you think about that, Uzi?
I think that's a lot of words, and
and both of them with display back, and make it with display back. Bring them also with the.
I don't think they're going to do any of this stuff. I don't think they're going to do any of it. I don't know.
Basically what I request, in a very simple way to say, I request the Daytona Lemon in a GMT, basically. If you get it, because basically what
Yep.
was the Daytona Lemon? It was the all the new things that appear in that watch, the 24-hour movement and the Seraphim Banzel and blah 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 and everything, but a lot of the historic parts of the Daytona, right? So this basically what I ask in the GMT, make it historical, bring the albino dial, bring the sapphire Basel, make something cool. What do you guys think?
I'm completely bored by what they're going to do with the GMT. I don't care.
Yep.
I don't give a
Okay, let's
shit.
move on. Let's try something different. Let's
Oh,
go to
horrible.
this.
Mm.
Horrible. Okay, this would
Mhm.
be the Rolex 1908, which is their new dress watch line, in a variety of different dials. This would be, for example, a malachite
Yeah.
dial.
Yeah, no. Nope.
But by the way, you can cough and say Cellini because this is basically what it is.
Yes, yes, it's their dress. It's their dress watch. So this would be. You don't think that coming out with a malachite dial, a stone dial, 1908 would be interesting at all?
No. I think the demand on the 1908 is virtually zero right now.
Yeah. Hey, Buckley, the thing that was with the Cellini, right?
Yeah, they
They
shouldn't
don't
make
have
dress watches.
success with these pieces.
They shouldn't make dress watches. Just stick to
Mm.
bracelets. I don't know why they do this.
What about this one, which would be, this is a rendering of
Much
a
better looking. Much
lapis
better.
lapis lazuli dial
Much more attractive looking watch.
because it's blue. Because the navy blue strap is really really helpful, and yeah, it's just different.
Yeah, not bad.
You know,
But
yeah,
still,
yeah, what see and Buckley, you know what is funny? It seems like Rolex up there in the headquarters, they never learn from basically what people want. Because I remember when they actually discontinued the Cellini, we all laugh about it and knew it. It's like, yeah, that lineup completely doesn't work. So of course they have to discontinue. They discontinued to release a 1908. Now, more couple of years, they're going to discontinue the 1908 to, I don't know what name going to be the other Cellini they're going to be released because it seems they don't learn from their mistakes regarding that ones that never work.
Yep. I mean, it's a different name. It's the same thing. It's a dress watch.
Yeah.
So basically, these are the gold ones are selling at retail or under retail. They're not very desirable watches. Let's be honest. Yeah, they're not. I would never listen. You're talking to two people of three. Two of the people on the panel have Patek Philippe's as their dress watch.
Mm.
I would never, as much as I like Rolex and love Rolex as a brand, I would never buy Rolex as my dress watch. Although I like the Cellini Moon Phase. I thought that was a beautiful watch. But now that I have Patek Philippe, I would never. There's no
Yeah,
need for me to ever buy another
but you
brand
know
dress
what?
watch.
You said it correct. But let's say how much is this piece now? Is about 15 grand,
25
18
about
grand?
$25,000 US.
Okay, 25,000. If tomorrow you pass through a gray market dealer and you see this watch because it's so much basically a failure, you see that watch for 8 grand. Would you buy it?
no.
Wow.
No, I don't like it. I don't like it.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
Nope. The 1908 to me is very uninteresting. Everyone hopped on them when they came out. They thought they were great. I never really liked them. And I don't want them to do anymore.
All right, let's go on to something that maybe
Mm.
maybe this could be a reality, and that is a new Sea Dweller, but this one following in the footsteps of the Yachtmaster, and this would be what the Rolex calls RLX titanium. So this would be a full titanium case and bracelet just applied to the Sea Dweller.
Yeah, I like it. I don't like the bezel. The bezel looks fucking weird, but
Yeah.
thought
Yeah,
of
the
this
bezel.
being
I mean, the way monochrome envisions it with a kind of a distressed looking bezel,
Look,
yeah, they're
yeah.
wrong.
You know what?
brush ceramic bezel.
You know what is nice, is cute, I'm going to say, because it still is a 43 millimeter case. But you know what's going to be a killer? And I guess all of you guys would agree. A new no date sub titanium one.
Yeah.
That would be a hit.
No, I think the Sea Dweller is cooler because it's so heavy.
No, but it's big. You know it's big.
Yeah. I
Titanium
don't
And
like
you,
sea
by the
dweller.
way, you just said the sub is the best seller. So make it a sub in titanium. I think it's going to be a killer.
I don't know. I mean, this is cool, but the
Mm.
Explorer 2 is the one that they should do in titanium.
The Explorer 2.
Mm.
Explorer 2 should be in titanium.
You know, another watch that we asking for basically, I think, I don't even know how many decades we asking for it, is the Explorer 1 in white dial, the
Uh,
albino one. And it was rumors every year. There is a rumors that they're going to release this year and this year. And this is already like, I don't remember how many decades this year going to be released.
people have no idea.
What do you guys think in the chat? Do you like the idea of a titanium sea dweller? Let us know. It looks I think it's cool. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the distressed, the brushed ceramic bezel, but whatever.
Oh,
I have
see,
one.
nobody asked for a deep sea solid gold one. So
I
what
know.
do you expect?
Let me ask you this: do you think there would be any interest in a? And you're gonna. This is another prediction from not a prediction, but just an idea from monochrome. A 37 millimeter Submariner that would be available in steel and also two tone. This is a rendering of a 37 millimeter Submariner.
I can answer about that actually. And it's going to be very simple answer. Is when the Seamaster was introduced, I think back in the 90s, they actually released two models that time. One with that was, of course, the 40, and the one that was the
You mean the
37.
Yachtmaster? You mean the Yachtmaster?
Yeah. And no, I'm talking about Omega, right?
Oh, maybe. Okay, maybe.
Yeah, the Seamaster. So they released in 40 and they released the 37, and they continued these models for I think like over 30 years, right? And then when they introduced back in 2018, they introduced the new ones with the 42 millimeter. They completely ditch the smaller one, and until now they don't release it because it seems that it never really was successful. So Rolex actually did made a kind of a 37 millimeter sub that called the Yachtmaster 37. And that model till now doesn't work that well. So that's why look, Rolex basically can surprise always, like I said before, releasing a deep sea in solid gold. So yeah, maybe, but I don't, most likely I don't see they releasing a model that's not going to be so much desire. What do you guys think?
I don't know if they're trying to get women to wear subs, I guess.
Yep.
What do you have in the Yachtmaster, right? How many women you see buying Yachtmaster? Actually,
That's a successful model, the 37 millimeter
really.
Yachtmaster, right?
I never see it out.
Well,
But hey,
Look, the Yachtmaster was supposed to be the replacement of the sub. Anyway, that was supposed to be the new sub until they realized that the sub
yeah.
had a lot of historic value that people couldn't leave behind. But you already have a sub in, actually, it's funny, you have a sub in 37 millimeter, 40, and 42, you know, and you have with the Oyster Flex even.
yeah, I know. Not very interesting.
No. What about moving on? What about the idea of a Rolex Explorer 1, but with a white dial. So this would be basically a Polar Explorer 1.
Yeah, I just talked about it 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine. They've been doing this since I've been following Rolex. They predicted this every.
Yeah,
I know
I
they
know.
predicted this every
I
But
was
year.
talking
I'll tell you
about this
what,
5
the new
minutes ago.
text looks like shit.
Looks
And black
awful,
on the white.
doesn't
The
it?
new text that looks bad. That
Yeah.
looks really bad.
Look, always there is tricks in the CDI pictures of this watch. One of them is this one that you show now, that is look very white and clear. Another one that have black, around the indices that look a little bit like the Explorer 2.
Yeah.
Both of them look very interesting. I mean, who knows? Maybe this year, maybe the next explore anniversary, they might do something. Um, I don't think it's going to be this year because there is nothing related to no anniversary. Even so, that 2020 changed the whole lineup of the sub. Also, if you guys think about it, doesn't really make sense because there is no anniversary of the sub in 2020. So I always say Rolex can do whatever they want, right? So I don't know.
Right.
I mean, yeah, maybe you're right.
This is one that has been, I think it's another repeat prediction. This would be come out with a, I mean, there was a kind of an uproar when they introduced a two-tone version of the Explorer, but hey, why not just go full gold, full yellow gold Explorer 1?
That looks like shit.
See, I'm going to ask you better because you're also a big Rolex fan. What would be for you, let's say, any year, doesn't have to be this year, a Rolex model, let's say model color that will make you melt down, that you will say, fuck, this is going to be, super amazing. What would be for you?
I'd like to see a new version. I mean, like, I don't know if it would apply to me, but maybe like the first one that we showed, which was basically the blueberry. So like a modern version of the Smurf.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So like, for example, imagine this in steel.
Yeah, that'd be cool. And
That'd be
redesign
cool,
the
right?
case. Those lugs gotta go.
And redesign the case.
I mean, look how fucking thick they are.
Yeah. But when you see a Hulk, that's what you see. Actually, you see worse because on the Submariner 40, the lugs are even thicker than that.
Yeah, it's too thick. But
So this is your dream.
I would buy this.
No, not a dream watch. Not a dream watch. My dream watch for Rolex to make is to take the steel Daytona. Let me see if I can pull it. The Rolex website just sucks.
Yeah, this one I asked
juice
you
out of
before. The Dream Watch.
Dream Watch is the steel Rolex Daytona, but instead of the thin black rings and the white in the middle, give us the full black subdials, like you see on the Ghost, or like you see on the Pikachu.
Basically, you want the fullest new version of Paul Newman.
If that's what it's called, yeah. That's what it's called. I want the steel Daytona to have solid sub rings.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's basically it for monochrome watches, kind of predictions or wish list, for lack of a better term, for watches that may someday in the future be released. And that was the full gold Explorer 1, the white dial Polar Explorer 1, malachite stone dials for the 1908, a 37 millimeter size for the Submariner, a blueberry platinum GMT, a titanium Sea Dweller and a white Coke, a white gold Coke GMT, and I guess their final wish, and I don't think this is going to happen either because we've already had new versions of this in the lineup, would be this, which is a rose gold Jubilee bracelet added to the two-tone root beer. You know,
This
people were
is easy.
asking.
They can do it this year. This
Wish
is
they
easy
could do
to
that.
do.
They wanted. I mean, everyone was asking for that, and instead they came out with the two-tone Guinness and the full gold Guinness
Yeah.
a couple of years ago. You know, what do you? I think
Look-
this is gorgeous. This is
I
the
got-
Double D Dream Watch. Double D asked for this year after year after year, and they never delivered this.
Look, my dream watches in Rolex will be actually on the GMT, and I think I already said it before on my prediction, would be, of course, the sapphire bezel with the historic pieces. I'm not going to repeat what I already said. So that would be my dream GMT. My dream Daytona would be a reverse panda, basically comparing to the Lamont is, but not with a white dial and black sub dials, but actually a how the watch turned up to be the exotic dial. So a little bit, I think was beige, right? I mean the light brown beige, something on the dial with the black indices, exactly Paul Newman version. But in this case, the bezel, the black bezel, not be in ceramic, but being also in sapphire.
Got it. Just like the 50 fathoms. Yep.
Yeah, because by the way, that the whoever know the Daytonas with the Hazelite bezel, that also had loom in the bezel, you know.
Yep.
So
All right.
it would be these two historic pieces to see.
Well, that's a trip down prediction lane, speculation lane with Rolex, and now to the main event. Okay, so the main event, guys, corruption exposed. We will be going through a hidden camera investigation, which may be fake and maybe
Yeah, I met him. You know, I met him in London. I met the guy. The guy is huge.
You know this guy, Frankie
Yeah,
Mardell.
we met him in London. I mean, the guy is actually 7 meters high. I mean, the guy is huge. He's a huge guy.
Well, he doesn't. He's not a huge. He's not like doesn't have like 1 million subs on YouTube. He only has 15,000 subs, so he's not like.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about his
guy.
height. His height is
yeah.
like the guy is a mountain. He's huge.
But he conducted what is supposed to be a hidden camera investigation, and we will go through the video now. And we want to listen. If you want to join the panel, the link is pinned. It's also dropped in the chat. 60 people watching right now. We're the winner in the Nielsen ratings for this time slot. Guys, upvote the live stream. We should have at least 40 likes. So if you've been just sitting there, not super chatting, not buying memberships, and not even liking the live stream, get to at least hitting the thumbs up. Come on, guys. Don't be lazy. Now let's just to set the stage. This is a dealer in Haddon Garden, London. His name's Frankie Mardell. He's the head guy at Trilogy Jewelers, and he did this video, and it's supposedly a hidden camera investigation, and we're gonna watch it. If anybody wants to interject or say anything, just say pause, and we'll stop the video. But you guys are going to be shocked, absolutely shocked at what happens in this video if it's true. Okay, so let's get to it. Hold on a second here. Got a gazillion tabs open. Let me just clean that up and let's get to it. Here we go. Frankie Mardell with his expose, hidden camera investigation. Here we go.
Because they produce a limited number of pieces every single year. Rolex produces about 800,000 watches a year, which sounds like a lot, but in the world...
Wrong. Okay, we already know it's 1.2 million. But okay.
Out of watches, that's nothing at all. The limited production keeps demand high, and the scarcity drives demand through the roof. So you'll notice if you ever tried walking off the street and buy a Rolex from the authorized dealer, it's almost impossible for the everyday person to walk in. Models like the Submariner, the GMT, and the Daytona have waiting lists, which are years long or even closed. They do this.
Waiting lists. Yeah. This.
Yeah. Also, OC, don't forget, he is a gray market dealer. So, what can be a better advertisement to show how impossible or difficult to get a Rolex for retail? And by the way, you can contact me and I can give you the watch, maybe even less than retail, right?
Yeah, he's a dealer, so yeah, obviously these dealers make videos that are designed to create traffic and create
Exactly.
publicity for their dealers. So yeah, that's so far. Not a single thing that he said is accurate on the fact that Rolexes are difficult to get. There's no waiting lists. There's no 800,000 watches a year. So far, I'm not impressed. What do you guys think in the chat? Let us know. We're going to go through this. You'll be shocked. Be shocked at what happens in this video.
Do this to keep demand high and maintain their position as king of luxury watches. So, why is it so hard to get a Rolex from an official dealer? It's a combination of factors. For one, they're just not making enough of the high demand models that people want. And even if you can afford one, they won't just sell to anyone. Rolex has a relationship-based system, which means you need to buy other watches which you might not want, like a full gold ladies day dress, in order to get the chance to buy the coveted Daytona that you really do.
Yeah, this is like really basic, like chicken noodle soup. Like this is like chicken broth. Everything he's saying is stupid.
Yeah,
And
but Buckley, we already passed that. That is repeating basically the same scenario that we talked about 2, 3, 4 years ago.
I think he's full of shit. I mean, we
This
were
is
talking.
well,
about
he's talking to newbies. He's talking to newbies who may
Yeah.
not know anything. That may like, hey, I'm interested in a Rolex. So they stumble upon this video. They get sucked in by the clickbait title, which is "I expose the truth behind Rolex," right? And so they get sucked in by that. Hey, I don't have a Rolex, but I'm interested. And he starts to give them this very elementary explanation.
Exactly. You see, Buckley, listen, I want to get stainless steel sub. That was my dream watch. And then basically, you cannot get it. You have to buy it only gray market. You see, this is basically what they do.
No, I get what he's doing, but he's full of shit. So and his information is wrong.
His information is okay. Let's keep going.
Do one. It's all about exclusivity, and Rolex plays that game better than anyone. There's been a lot of debate about the unethical behavior surrounding the Rolex AD system.
Okay, so now he's saying there's been a lot of discussion about the unethical behavior surrounding the Rolex AD system. What unethical behavior would that be? What is he talking about? What is there widespread unethical behavior in the Rolex AD system?
Yes.
Has that been established?
Yes, there is.
No.
Process of buying a Rolex. It's all about exclusivity, and Rolex plays that game better than anyone. There's been a lot of debate about the unethical behavior surrounding the Rolex AD system. The process of buying a Rolex at retail price has often been overshadowed within the allocation and distribution system. Despite its substantial production numbers, the brand's cultivation of scarcity and exclusivity has led to an environment susceptible to manipulation.
The environment is susceptible to manipulation.
Yeah, see, and Buckley, listen, if you want a sub, you have to buy a digest, you have to buy a date, you have to buy this.
No, you don't.
Exactly. But Barkley, if follow the textbook that used to be, I think, like 3 years ago, right? I mean, 3 years ago, maybe you needed to, but not today, and you're absolutely right. But
No,
if
3 years ago you didn't have to either. I bought a sub, no problem. That was my first watch. You didn't have to.
Well, what if I told you
so
this
even
video?
better.
What if I told you this video came out 4 years ago?
4 years ago, same thing.
No, actually came out 7 days ago. It came out 7 days ago. So this is supposed to be brand new, like state of the art information.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, but listen, guys. That time, you guys remember we used to talk about it. You have to buy a bunch of jewelries, and you have to buy a Longines, and you have to buy.
Only idiots did that. Only
Yeah.
idiots did that.
So he's actually tried to convince people again that, by the way, nothing changed.
Yeah. Well, things have definitely
Mhm.
changed.
Things have changed. Let's see how they've changed in this hidden camera investigation.
Authorized dealers, also known as ADs, prioritize high-spending customers when deciding what to allocate, effectively creating a pay-to-play model, forcing customers to buy less desirable pieces or pieces they don't want in order to
Are you being forced? Are we being forced with a gun to our head to buy pieces that we don't want in order to get offered
Well,
pieces that
see,
we do want?
what is more nice than advertise that the way that he say, listen, you enforced to buy blah 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 blah, but if you come to me, I will give you the watch even in a discount. So look how amazing I am.
Yep. Play.
get the piece that they truly do want. Allegations of favoritism further tarnish the system, while Rolex's lack
So this is a very famous case, CD Peacock in Chicago. They had I'm just going to say it. They had a Chinese sales associate that was running fake credit cards, or basically credit cards of people that were phony customers, and it was basically a laundering operation where she was selling to customers in China. That happened 2020, 2021, I believe, and those things do happen. Although maybe how widespread they are, it's unclear.
Pretty
lack
widespread.
of transparency about
According to Buckley, very widespread.
Very widespread.
allegations of favoritism further tarnish the system, while Rolex's lack of transparency about production numbers and how the allocation system works further compounds customer frustrations. A client has actually asked me to source a Rolex GMT Master 2, reference 126710GRNR, often referred to as the Bruce Wayne, on the Jubilee bracelet. There is a trade market like there is a trade car market, and in that market, a brand new one, 2025, is about £15,000 today. So as
Okay, now I don't know what pounds is in dollars. Maybe someone can do the quick
lot
math
more.
for me. It's a
Like,
lot.
I think it's like 17.5.
Okay, so
18,000.
that would be the
Yeah.
absolute top of the market for a brand new unworn.
Mm.
Here in the United States, probably Bruce Wayne is probably around 16.5, 16 to 16.5.
Not if you buy from
Wow.
David SW. It's way more than that.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe 17.5 in the United
More.
States, even more. Okay.
David SW.
By the way, before you continue, you have member for 6 months. Maybe you highlight that.
Thank you, Marcelo. Chalk flew up. Member for 6 months. Good evening, colonists and Marcelo. Thank you very much.
Hello, Chalk.
Yeah, what's up, Chalk? Chalk is a cool guy in LA, and we'll be meeting up with Chalk very, very soon. All right, let's keep going.
as watch dealers, we can expect to make £1,000 to £1,500 by sourcing that watch. However, from Rolex, that same watch retails at £9,650. If I was
All right, so there's a delta of over £5,000 between the retail price and the market price, or the secondary retail price.
lucky enough to buy it from there, my margin increased more than 500%.
Maybe somebody need to contact him and tell him, similar to what Buckley said, even in the hype of the market, that I got all my watches without buying extra shit, you know.
Yeah, but sometimes
So,
people don't want to. So he has a client who wants this watch tomorrow. Okay, and he's willing to pay a premium to have it delivered tomorrow. So and listen, you have to pay for convenience. If you don't want to wait 6 weeks or 2 months or whatever,
Right.
and go there and have coffee and waste your time, for some people it's so waste of time.
Look, see, true saying. I'm going to be honest and say yes, for the GMT, for the Platinum Daytona. I was I was waiting for the watches. I never really got the watches, in 2 weeks or a month or something. I was waiting for the pieces. And if you time is precious to you and you want the watch tomorrow, so I guess I guess you would buy gray market. But something also that Buckley said as well you might wait. It's not going to be tomorrow. You might wait maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks, maybe even a month. But it's not going to happen that you're not going to get it. Like, it's impossible to get it. You cannot get it.
Mhm. All right, let's keep going. I know the viewers hate it when there are long pauses in between the segments.
Yes.
By the way, could you mention one more? I think welcome,
Mr.
Sean.
Fahrenheit, thank you very much for becoming a member of the Original OC channel. Thank you very much, Mr. Fahrenheit. Welcome to the club. All right, thank you.
By sourcing that watch. However, from Rolex, that same watch retails at £9,650. If I was lucky enough to buy it from there, my margin increased more than 500%. Instead of making £1,000 on that piece, I'd make over £6,500 on that piece.
So again, what he's saying is he could easily source that watch from another dealer for £14,000 and sell it to his customer for 15, but he'd love to be able to get it at retail and make over £5,000 instead of 1,000. Makes sense.
So let's go try. Good afternoon. How are you? Thank you.
Let the record reflect that I do not condone recording people without their consent, nor do I condone going into a Rolex authorized dealer with a hidden camera. But this is the footage that is on the Frankie Mardell Trilogy YouTube channel. And we're using this video, copyrighted material, in conjunction with fair use laws in the United States.
Thank you. Just having a little look around. Do you have the Bruce Wayne?
No on exhibition. Oh,
That's a shame. I was going to get him for his birthday. I mean, your birthday's in a few months. How long does it take to get one? Oh, right. You have to wait till your 35th.
if you're lucky.
If you're lucky. He's only 22. He's not. He's older. That's a shame. Well, worth an ask.
Yeah. All right, guys.
We just have to get you a Cartier. Thank you. Yeah.
How do you think the 80 handled that particular situation? Someone walking in off the street saying, "Oh, do you have a Bruce Wayne?"
I mean, it's a pretty typical response.
Yeah. I mean, they probably get 50 people.
It's also, he walks in with a platinum Daytona on, which they probably saw, and they're going to wonder where you're buying your Rolexes.
Exactly.
I don't know why you would do that. Yeah, why are you here? People do this all the time. They like go to other ADs and they think they're going to get somewhere.
It's
like,
so
if
stupid.
you want to go to another AD and get somewhere, don't wear your fucking watch from that brand. Why would you do that?
Yeah, the first thing they're going to think is,
actually,
you already have a dealer.
You can old version, let's say a vintage GMT
or
something that, and then you show, hey, I have some.
That's fine. But people do it with modern. They move around. It's like that's why you're not getting watches.
We have over 75 people watching. Guys, upvote the live stream. Let's get to 40 likes. Hidden camera investigation. Corruption exposed? ?
Hi, good afternoon. Good, how are you?
Yeah, no problem. What are you doing?
Just looking around, really.
There's nothing more annoying than someone saying, "Oh, I just want to browse," but I do that all the time too. It's like, "Oh, I just want to look around."
I saw those Rolex cufflinks in the window. Do you sell them?
Oh, let's go through. Have a seat, I'll bring it to you.
Okay. Cheers. Really cool, aren't they? You don't get them free if you buy a watch then.
What the fuck?
No, it's registered for you. I know you become it's considered as purchase from Rolex. You know.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like I'm buying a watch.
So if I get one of these, can I get a Bruce Wayne? No. No?
But we can
Post.
On a Jubilee? No.
Here is the best part of his failure. How do you know what a Bruce Wayne is, and how you know what is a Pepsi is? If you're supposed to be a newbie, and you're just walking around checking, this is Rolex. Maybe you should be more humble to say, hey, I'm looking for something that is more sporty. What is the sporty watches of Rolex that I was looking around? You're not supposed to know the names, especially the created names that we create. you know, like
Yeah, but
Batman and Bruce Wayne's, and you're not supposed to know that.
I think what he's doing here, and Buckley, let me know if you agree.
Mm,
I think what he's doing, he's establishing the fact that this guy is a flipper,
mm.
and he's
Yes,
doing it.
he does.
He's doing it with several subliminal and symbolic
Mm,
ways. Number one, he comes in, like you said earlier, he's wearing a platinum Daytona. Number two, he
mm,
says, kind of as a joke, oh, like if I buy, are these cufflinks free if I buy a watch? Like that sounds ridiculous, but in a way,
mm,
he's kind of like saying, like, hey, you know what? I know there are games that go on, okay?
mm.
And then
He does.
and then he says, hey, if I buy a Bruce Wayne, can I,
Mm,
can I get a Bruce Wayne if I buy this? So he's basically being very overt, saying like this: I'm the kind of customer that likes to get straight to the point. If I'm corrupt, I'm gonna tell you I'm corrupt, and that way, if you're corrupt, you and I can play ball.
yeah.
Buckley,
Oh,
what do you
see
think
you.
of that?
Oh, see, you have member
Um,
for 6 months.
no, I don't get any of that. I just think that he's being
Mm.
comical.
Yeah.
And I think it sounds like the other guy is Swiss. It sounds like the SA is Swiss. So
You know,
I'll
Buckley,
bring that up
you've been
later why that matters. But
you
I think he's just being a dickhead. I've done this before.
yeah, Buckley, but I remember, yeah, you've been very honest. You play really a newbie. You didn't mention names, names that we know. You just went there and say, "I'm looking for a sport, a Rolex or something." Like I remember, you did very the right way to do. Like you don't know shit about watches. You heard about Rolex. You wanted to check what is all about, right? I remember when you did
Depends.
it.
It depends. I don't know. I've done a lot of
Yeah,
crazy stuff. Done a lot of crazy stuff, but everything about what he's
yeah.
doing 2025 in
Mm,
the city of London
mm,
is an obvious,
mm.
get the fuck out of the store.
Yeah.
I mean, like, get out of the store. You being like, first of all, why I would be questioning why are you dressed to the nines like that?
Hmm.
Mm,
Expensive,
Uh, and if
expensive scarf, expensive suit.
mm,
yeah, and like if you have a platinum Daytona, why are you here? Like that's the main question. Why are you here? Because if you're able to get that at
mm.
another AD, you can get anything, right? You
Yeah,
can get anything. If you're buying it at gray market price, you can. I'll be back.
yeah. Yeah, see. Here is the
Hmm.
thing. If I would want to see you or let's say somebody, let's say a vintage Daytona or GMT or a vintage Saab. You go there, it's like, listen, yeah, I know this is Rolex and this is right down in the dial, Submariner, right? So it's a sub. I got it from my father back in the day, but now, I just retired from my business and, I wanted to treat myself with a new version of this vintage watch that I got for my father, maybe to pass on, maybe for my son or something. But I wanted to treat myself with a new version. Could you help me out? Could you show me how the new subs look like? Like that. No names, no nicknames. Not that I know the market. Not that I'm a flipper. I almost sure that you're going to be equivalent to get a piece. Don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, anything other than what this guy's doing.
Mm. Yeah, yeah.
No
By the
case
way, you have been a member for 6 months, we'll see, before you continue.
at the campaign senior consultant level, which is a very, very
Mm,
high level. Thank you very much, no biggie, Sal. Mrs. Sal fell asleep on the
mm,
couch, so I can now nerd out, but quickly
mm,
realized I get Marcelo. Fuck me dead. It's okay.
mhm,
It's good to see Marcelo again on the panel. Let's keep
mm,
going, and we will let's see what happens here. He's now basically joking around with this idea about cufflinks and Bruce
mm,
Wayne. See what happens.
It's considered as a purchase from Rolex, you know.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like I'm buying a watch.
So if I get one of these, can I get a Bruce?
No,
No.
but we can always work on
On a Jubilee?
the
No.
future.
So
We don't have it available.
really?
It's a hard
It's not available, guys. It's not available.
one.
So getting a Bruce Wayne, is it not? Is it hard to get?
On Oyster Steel,
The stainless steel on the Jubilee bracelet.
Bruce,
it's a registration fee, but it's one of those super hard ones.
Oh yeah.
You've got to. Have you purchased with us?
No. I'll buy some cufflinks.
As I said, we're more than happy for it.
So, like, again, I think what he's doing here is he's basically saying, listen, I'm a corrupt motherfucker. Listen, I'll buy some cufflinks. Like, in other words, like, hey, you're telling me that the Bruce Wayne is not available. I say it is available. I'm willing to buy cufflinks. Do you have it?
you're wearing a fucking platinum Daytona in your wrist right now.
Because he's a flipper. The guy's a flipper. He's basically signaling, listen, I want the watch. How do you give it to me? What can I do to make this happen today? Right?
Purchase with us.
No. I'll buy some cufflinks.
As I said, we're more than happy for it. Being on the list
Yeah.
doesn't guarantee you to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't do, as I said, waitlist.
Oh, right.
Express your interest. So we'll work on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we want
Okay, well, in other words, like, hey, well, fuck that. I mean,
to buy a Bruce Wayne and maybe some cufflinks, but we'll just go get some black cotton.
all right. So it looks like was approached by somebody else, like, hey, how are you doing, sir? How can we help you? And he said, well, I was going to buy a Bruce Wayne and some cufflinks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we wanted to buy a Bruce Wayne and maybe some cufflinks, but we'll just go get some black cotton.
Let's start with the cufflinks and then we'll see. How it goes.
Okay. I think
Let's start with the cufflink. Hey, how about you buy some cufflinks today, sir?
£5 a lot for cufflinks, but you know, it's just a lot more than I usually spend. They should just be a gift like this.
Just be a gift like this, and he's referring to his platinum Daytona.
But,
Yeah, by the way,
you know,
how
it's a lot more
how
than I
did you get the platinum, right? Let's see, how did you get the platinum Daytona, fuck? You know?
How did he get it? Yeah.
usually spend. They should just be a gift like this. If I buy something nice.
Okay. All right. Now, here we go. A while later, we received an interesting call.
Hello.
Hi, it's Dave calling from.
Oh, hi. How are you?
Hi, good thank you. Good thank. Thanks for coming in and seeing us earlier today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so unfortunately I was unable to serve you while my manager was there. However, I would be able to offer you that Bruce Wayne Jubilee for a slight fee on top if you're interested.
Oh shit. Holy shit. I wasn't able to help you with my manager watching over me, but we will get you the Bruce Wayne on Jubilee.
I would be able to offer you that Bruce Wayne Jubilee for a slight fee on top if you're interested.
Yeah, okay. How much?
Well, the total price to you would be $14,000.
Ouch! $14,000 for a watch that sells for $9,650. We magically have the watch for you today, sir, but there's a slight fee on top. It's now £14,000.
Oh, see, seriously, do you really believe a official retail dealer going to do that?
That's the
Come
that
on.
is that's the question that we're posing here tonight. Is this real or is this
Yeah.
staged? Because if this is
You
real,
know what is staged? Because it doesn't show where the boutique is. That's why it's staged.
well,
It doesn't reveal
I-
the boutique because he knows that it's going to be sue his ass off. You know,
I'll
for
tell
a
you
lie
this,
like that.
Marcelo. We know the boutique. Okay, he didn't mention it,
Yeah.
but we conducted a very methodical forensic investigation based on the interior photographs of the boutique. We know the exact location and the retailer involved in this scandal.
So this scandal is for real? Is something that did happen there?
Well, if it's real, we know the place where it took place. We know the location where it took place, according to the interior design and photographs
Of
of the
course, but
location.
listen, I can create a lie tomorrow, and I'm going to show you that I'm going to appear in a Rolex boutique, and I'm not going to stage a Rolex boutique. Of course, I'm going to go to one, but do I tell you the truth or not?
Well, what part of this do you think is fake? Do you think this phone call is now fake? Everything else was
Yes.
real, but the phone call this phone call is fake?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you go to a Rolex boutique, you have to go to a Rolex boutique, right? I mean, you cannot stage a boutique, but you can stage a phone call.
Okay. Well, let's
And
keep going.
you see the phone call is also a little bit alterated in the voice, if you notice.
Yes, and that's because if this is
Mm,
true and
mm,
he revealed the sales associate or the store
mm.
that he could be opening himself up to litigation. He could be
Of course.
potentially sued. Yeah.
And you see, tomorrow I'm going to make a video with a CIA official that is a good friend of mine here in Japan. Of course, I cannot show you his face, and I'm going to iterate his voice, and he's going to talk about aliens in about UFOs in the Pentagon. What do you think
But
about
but
that?
but Marcelo, what is worse? What is
Mm,
more risky? What is more risky for this guy?
mm,
Um, pu- pu- uh, being a whistleblower and exposing
mm.
corruption at a Rolex AD, or faking corruption with a Rolex
He's
AD, and basically slandering slandering Rolex and slandering the location. I won't reveal the name of the
of
retailer, but
course,
it
but
is
see,
the
it's very
UK's
simple.
biggest retailer.
Oh, see, it's very, very simple. I don't know. I know that I want a Rolex. I don't know nothing about the games. I'm watching this video. I will believe him. I will believe everything that he show and everything
But
that he
isn't
do
but
because it's
isn't that
yeah.
worse? Isn't that worse for him with Rolex and with the retailer? Can isn't he more prone to get sued by Rolex and the retailer if this is fake than if it's real?
Well, if there's people like you that can uh, by like you said, like know where this boutique is,
We
contact the
100%
boutique.
know. We
Listen,
100%
contact the
know who
boutique
it is.
and tell them, listen, contact the boutique and
You
tell
don't
them,
think
hey,
they've
by
seen
the
this
way,
video? You don't think they've seen this video by now? This has been out for 7 days. I guarantee you, the people at Rolex UK and the people at the leadership of this dealer,
mm,
which is the biggest in the UK, the biggest Rolex authorized dealer, they know, they've seen this, and they've already either
uh,
taken action or who knows what they've done. But there's no
look,
way that they
I
haven't seen
think,
this.
you know what? I think you're right. Look, because it passed only 7 days, it's too early to say. I assume that they took action. Look, also being in the state, if I want to sue you now, I want this, it doesn't go tomorrow, right? It takes time for the sue, it takes time for this. So it might be a process of even couple of months or see, that. So, but I think he did put himself in a bit of a trouble.
I guarantee if this is
Mm,
real or if
mm,
it's fake, I guarantee you
mm,
that the Rolex people in the UK will make a phone call to the leadership
mm,
of this company, the retailer,
mm.
and they'll say, "Listen,
Mm.
what happened at this store? Figure it out and fix it right now." And within 24
Right.
hours, they will identify the sales associate that was involved, the
Mm,
manager who was on call, and everything that happened with this transaction,
mm.
if it's true. But even if it's
Right.
fake, I guarantee you that Rolex has called and they're asking, "Listen, what's going on with this video? Have you seen this video?
Mm,
What happened?" And they either denied it or they have to produce an audit, an accounting of all the Bruce Waynes that were
mm,
sold that week or whatever it was. But anyway, let's
mm,
keep going with the video because
mm,
this is very interesting because the SA is now
mm.
offering the Bruce Wayne at £14,000 to this dealer.
But I'll be able to offer you that pretty spread in Jubilee for a slight thing on top if you're interested.
Yeah, okay. How much?
Well, the total price to you would be 14,000.
Okay, so a few grand over retail. Yeah, I think that would work for me. Let's do it.
Perfect. Would you be able to come in today at 4 p.m.?
Whoa. Wait a minute. So he was there. A few hours later, he gets a phone call, according to him, and the sales associate says, come in today at 4 p.m.
Yeah, we can do that.
Fantastic. I'll book you a phone and I look forward to seeing you.
Okay, great. See you then. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Cheers. Bye. I can't believe that just happened. But I've always heard this sort of thing happens where people get called up and you can pay them a little bit on top to get the watch. I never thought it would actually come true for me, but looks like it has. I'm actually getting this watch, it seems.
I don't know. Is this fake? Is this staged?
Look, I mean, if you go, I don't know how this video continue because I never watched the video. But if you continue the way that I assume is going to, that he go there, he get the watch, he pay the extra fee. I mean, if this does happen, oof, I mean,
This would be a
I
scandal.
don't think it's
right?
good. Yeah,
It's not
Yeah.
good, but the question is it a scandal? What, number one, and number two, does this happen all the time?
ugh. I mean,
Okay, old timey asks, says it's fake because what about selling the cufflinks? Let me ask you this question, old timey. If you were a sales associate and you had the choice between selling a Bruce Wayne and making $75 commission, okay, and then selling the cufflinks with it and making another $10 or $15 commission, or you can sell the watch to this guy for 14,000 pounds and you sell it to him, you sell him the watch for 9,650 and he zells you 4,000 pounds into your personal account. Which one are you going to do? If
Yeah,
you're
but
a
to see-
crooked SA.
well, see, you have basically is not a Django. You do have you basically work under a company. I mean, how am I going to say this? You you represent a company that have pieces that you buy. There are This is the sell pieces that you sell. If you have, I don't know, you open a Louis Vuitton boutique, you have a Louis Vuitton wallet. That wallet is a retail for $500. This is the price that on the market. This is the way they retail that wallet in all Louis Vuitton boutiques. And suddenly you decide to sell that wallet for $3,000. You're going to be sued by the company. You're going to lose your license. They're going to kick you out.
Well,
You cannot do that.
Let me interrupt. Here's how you might do it. The guy comes into the store and he hands over his credit card and you charge him 9,650 on the card, and you say, and for the watch, and then you say there's a little bit on top, 4,000 pounds that goes to my PayPal or that goes to my Zelle. Here's my Zelle. Send 4,000 pounds to this.
Well, then but that you're doing something, that you actually paying a corrupt dealer. You know that as a consumer, you know that, right?
Well, it's either the dealer is corrupt and they're which is much more problematic, because if the dealer is somehow selling this for 14,000, there's a paper trail because they're charging the customer 14,000. They need to create fake SKUs. That they're charged for the additional amount. The manager is going to have to approve it. The leadership is going to see it. So
it's so much
the
crazy. Think about it like this.
If the store is involved, it's a huge scandal. If this is just a rogue SA taking money on the side, then
it goes. Listen, it goes between you and me. I tell you, listen, I corrupt. I'm going to give you that piece, but you have to PayPal me also, or give me a check in the side for this extra money. You know that I am corrupt because, but basically now I need your trust not to snitch on me. How I can take that risk? You understand where we're
Yeah,
going? Where we're
yeah.
going here?
I had to take a phone call. Where you at?
Yeah. Look,
We
look,
just
Buckley,
we
Buckley.
just
It
got to
goes
we just
like
got to the
this.
point. We just got to the
Yeah,
point where
please.
where he offered the watch for 14,000 right here.
It's happened. But yeah, I think that would work for me. Let's do it.
Perfect. Would you be able to come in today at 4 p.m.?
Yeah, we can do that.
Fantastic. I'll book you in. I look forward to seeing you.
Okay, great. See you then. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay,
Bye.
post.
I can't believe that just happened. But I've always heard this sort of thing happens where people get called up and you can pay them a little bit on top to get the watch, and then thought it would actually come true for me. But looks like it has. I'm actually getting this watch. It seems we're gonna have to.
Okay, Buckley, I have a question. I have a question to you. I am a corrupt dealer. I'm selling that watch. I'm going to register it. You come to my boutique because suddenly, by miracle, the watch came. I give you the watch on retail on paper, but you have to give me $5,000 and the side. Now you know that I'm corrupt. You know that I'm doing this because I'm corrupt. How I can confirm how stupid I can be to confirm that you're not going to snitch on me? I mean, don't you think everything here look weird?
It's all fake. It's all fake because
Right?
you would never have a discussion about cufflinks, leave, and then they'd say, "Oh, you got to pay more." You would have to press them and talk about paying more while you're there.
Yeah.
Not to mention, he just happens to get the phone call while his camera is on, right? And then they blurred out the SA, and then when he calls, all of a sudden his name is Dave. This is all bullshit, and it would never happen in the same day. None of this. This guy's a liar. Initially OC brought this up to our group earlier today, and we skimmed through it, and we were like, yeah, these things happen. I'm not surprised. But after watching it in detail, like privately, this guy is a fucking lying psycho. Fuck this guy.
Vimal member for 6 months. Thank you very much for the member mile chat. I know an authorized dealer in India who takes the markup in cash outside the store and then runs the MSRP on the credit card. They do it for every model. It happens in Bangkok too, or BKK.
Yeah, but here is the thing: you need to trust me as a consumer that I'm not going to snitch on you. You understand what risk you need to take?
Why would you snitch? You're complicit. You're complicit in a scheme to pay over retail for a watch. The guy knows.
No, you're not complicit. You're not complicit. If you listen to the phone call, he says we can get it to you. We just have to charge you more. That didn't say anything about money over the table. So a normal person would say, "Why would you charge me more? This guy charged me more. Why would you do that?" This whole video is fake. This is not how it happens. This guy is a bullshit artist. Look at his face.
And also another thing, Berkeley, I have something on you. Because basically you can think that that I'm not going to snitch on you because I'm a collector and maybe I want to continue this relationship to get more pieces. But now I have something on you. Berkeley, listen, I want the next piece, and if you don't give me that piece, I'm going to snitch that you actually took money on the side. You know how crazy it is? I mean, it doesn't make sense.
So you're saying this does not go on in ADs?
No, it happened. It definitely goes on.
I want to ask Marcelo. Does this go on, or is it too risky for essays to engage in these kinds of practices?
I think it's too risky because I really need to find somebody that is innocent and nice, and make sure that 100% is not going to have nothing on me to snitch on me. I mean, this is this is crazy. I wouldn't sleep quiet at night, any night, if I would doing deals like this, because I don't know who is going to snitch next, or it's too much crazy.
Too risky for any essays to do this. Buckley, how do you respond?
No, it's not too risky. It happens all the time. This is just a ridiculous version that is fairy tale. This is not how they do it at all.
How do they
This is
do
not
it?
how they do it. Well, you would number one, you would never call them. So you have to okay, why would this guy call and say I can give it to you for 14,000? You're gonna have to pay over. That's not how it would happen. He would have had to at that desk let the guy know, look, I understand how this works. And he would have to press him. He did nothing. He mentioned cufflinks. No one would take that risk and just call the guy the same day, some random person. You would never call them the same day and offer them this opportunity. You would have to
Buckley,
press
and you mentioned exactly that random person. At least you need to know somebody to give a bit of a
He
trust,
didn't
right?
even he did nothing to let the SA know that he was willing to cross over. He did nothing. First of all, OC, there's no fucking way you would have your camera on ready for this phone call. And even the way he acts after the phone call, it's like, oh, I can't believe that just happened. Lucky me. If that actually happened like that, everybody in the room would be shocked. Right? This guy is fucking full of shit.
Let me ask you this: what is worse for Rolex, and what is worse for the retailer? And by the way, we know the name of the retailer. We know the exact location where this supposedly took place because we had a very thorough investigation of the interior design. We know exactly what was where this was done. What's worse for Rolex and the retailer? If this were true, or if this guy's fucking slandering them and this is a fake video, but basically saying that you're corrupt. Isn't this guy
By the
opening
way,
himself up
OC,
to? Hold on a second, Marcel. Let me just ask Buckley.
Yeah.
What is this guy actually making it a far more egregious fucking mistake by making a fake video than if if he was an actual whistleblower?
So OC, with these gray market dealers that are shady, you know what we found out over the last 2 years? They're not very smart. They're pretty fucking stupid, actually. A lot of them. A lot of them say and do a lot of stupid shit. Would you like me to give you some examples?
I think we all know quite a few examples.
Please.
I can give you 5 off the top of my head.
TPG, the Wizard, Roman, a whole bunch
Paul
of
Thorpe with Digital Watch Ball, the Wizard, the 2 fucking jabroni burgers who said consign your watch and safe, and then the whole place got robbed. Should we go on and on? Roman Sharf making a fake video. Should we go on and on and on about this?
Yeah.
These guys are not, some of them are very smart, but the ones that really take the camera and go on YouTube and these are not smart people. So this guy thought, and you know what, OC? I bet you 80 out of 100 people believe this guy that are seeing this for the first time. Like, fucking, I knew it. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
But
maybe we'll go through the comments after this and see what people thought. Gatsby, member for 6 months at the campaign senior advisor level, which is one of the super highest levels that you can even have. Even if the SA was able to accept the bribe, he would have to take it in cash only. If they accept it in any other traceable way, the flipper would own the SA forever. Buckley, this is nonsense.
I mean, I've heard of a lot of it. I've heard of cash. I've heard of crypto. I've heard of bartering through paying for vacations, cases of wine, all sorts of shit that they do to make this happen. Tickets to concerts, tickets to operas, Taylor Swift tickets were a thing for a while there. So they accept all forms of currency. I mean, this guy got fired. I once got somebody. They were having trouble getting a Van Cleef bracelet retail, and I got them in touch with a VIP that got this person a Van Cleef at retail. And this was an SA that was having trouble. But the way that this video went down, this guy is a fucking liar. You're not fooling anybody.
No, Buckley, it does fool somebody, and this is the bad part. I mean, the bad part of it, that he fooled the innocent. That is not. I'm not going to say that we are smarter, but at least we have a lot of
No, we
experience
are we are
being
smart.
here.
No, we
No,
are.
but we are in this watch community, Buckley, and you also know outside of the watch community, you have also friends that see you, let's say, with a nice watch and say, you know what, Buckley, listen, I want to buy a watch. He doesn't know shit about what's going on. He would believe this video. You know that.
I know people outside of the community that wanted to buy a watch. They went in and
Mm,
asked for a sub, and with zero to no skill set other than just being
mm,
nice to the person, they got their
mm.
black sub. This is, you know,
Yeah.
listen. A lot of people are really bad at getting watches. They are not aware. So here's a side rant. We've been living in a world for the last 10 years that is very pro, you can do whatever the fuck you want and nobody should judge you about anything, but people judge. So if you maybe fall in line with, you know, what would get you preferential treatment, you get watches. If you want to walk in your pajamas with purple hair, ask one time at the counter on a busy Saturday and they write your name in a book and you went nowhere else and you didn't strategize and you don't get the watch, it's because you suck.
Yeah.
You're
And,
not good at
and
getting watches.
and you know what, Buckley, it would make more sense to me if I work in a Rolex AD and I tell you and I call you and I tell you, you know what? I can get I'm going to approach the watch myself, you know, and I sell you the watch with a premium that I bought it from the boutique. That would make a bit more sense than actually ask you to come to the boutique and for me to bride that on air, you know?
Yeah, you wouldn't do what this person did. And
Yeah.
he let the name on there. No, no.
All right, let's keep going. See what happens.
To obviously go back and pick it up. But that's very exciting. Hopefully this could be a long drawn out relationship for me. We can make a lot of money because I know people that have done it in the past. So come with us. We're going to go back to Central London. Let's go get this watch. Can't believe, guys, just left the store. I'm not going to say which AD it is because this has never happened to me before. I don't want to ruin it.
Post.
Now I've actually managed to get the Bruce Wayne.
Don't you think it's funny that he showed that he got suddenly the watch? He didn't went to the boutique. He didn't really, you know, how come all that part disappeared?
Well, this is edited. This is an edited video, and what we were able to determine is the location where he is now is not the location where the hidden camera footage was shot with him in the store talking about the cufflinks and the Bruce Wayne. This is a different location. So
Of course,
he's
you know
either
why?
trying. Why?
You know why?
Tell me.
Of course, because if you come, let's say now, because we talk about you maybe suing me and so on, and then my lawyer and my defense is, by the way, that was a commercial for my business. That's why um, location of one place and showing a different place, pretending everything to be like one place. You know, is a very famous way to do a commercial to be out of Sue. You know, to that I don't relate. I don't basically did all my fake advertisement on one real location, and I actually show three different locations. You know, to pretend reality.
Good point, Marcelo. Gatsby, $10 highlighted comment. The only point of this video is to pander to people who couldn't get watches from authorized dealers and allow them to feel like righteous victims. Sad clickbait. Thank you, Gatsby. Really appreciate the.
It's an ad to go to the gray market, and it's poorly done. And this guy's a fool.
This guy's a phony and a fake, according to Buckley.
I'm not going to say which AD it is because this has never happened to me before and don't want to ruin it. Now I've actually managed to get the Bruce Wayne from a retail store. Unfortunately, I didn't pay retail prices, you have from the conversation, but we've managed to get one. This could be the start of a very exciting journey.
How did he do it? Why not say how he did it? Did he give the guy cash? What did he do? How did that transaction happen where all of a sudden something that's supposed to be rung up at 9,650 is transacted at 14,000? How does that happen?
Now we're going to head back to the store and close the deal for £16,500 with the client. Now we're making $2,500 as opposed to $1,000 we would have made had we not.
Okay, is this a video that's designed to show people how easy it is to make money flipping watches? Look how easy it is, guys. You can become a dealer too, like me.
So we just got back from the store, and here I have it with me, the new 2025 Bruce Wayne on the Jubilee, and this is the new 25 Rolex box, which is now completely recyclable. There's been a big deal made about that. The new box looks completely different to the old box.
Whatever. I haven't seen the rest of this video. Yeah, is the rest of this video worth anything?
No, it's bullshit. It's him advertising the watch and talking about being a gray market dealer.
Exactly. By the way, I want to see him tomorrow make a video like that about the Nautilus, please.
Do you want a Nautilus, Marcelo?
No, but I want to see him making a video like that a particular dealer going to call you because he can do that, because again, it's all fake in my opinion.
Let's read through the comments and let's see what people are saying about this video. We tend to think that we're pretty savvy. 73 comments. Let's sort by top comments.
See, you have a super chat, by the way.
Super chat from Gatsby, which we already covered, but thank you very much, Marcelo.
Okay.
All right, let's see. Let's go through these comments. Number one. Okay. Thanks for being part of the problem. So this guy thought it was real. This is actually disgusting behavior. I hope that the authorized dealer is penalized for this. And then there's a reply. There's some serious dodgy business going on there. I do wonder how they put this through the books. Do they add other products onto the bill to increase the bill? Do they put a Black Bay 58 on there under the receipt, but keep the Black Bay 58 for themselves and then sell that on the gray market and pocket the change? There's something dodgy going on there.
Look, this is the same book advertisement that gray market dealers do already for the last 3-4 years. We all been there. We all know that. We all know how amazing Timepiece Gentleman was and Wizard was and others that I'm not going to mention the name, how amazing deals they give us because authorized dealers are pieces of shit and they will never give you the piece and blah, 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 right? I mean, we've been there already on that fake story. So, and I think what you OC and also Buckley said, there is a big difference what was during COVID time comparing to today. And by the way, Buckley even said that even during COVID time, some pieces just you needed to wait a bit more time, but you still would get it. So this is a very nice way to try to advertise a gray market dealer today. When basically the business doesn't go that well like was 2-3 years ago. What do you guys think? I mean, you know what? I'm going to ask you better. If I am today a gray market dealer, could I do a better job? Could I do something better than this?
None of the good gray market dealers get involved in any of this shit. Let's be honest. The good companies to buy from, they don't get involved in this.
Over 70 people watching, guys. Upvote the live stream. And the next comment is the truth. Rolex doesn't allow its authorized dealers to sell above MSRP. This whole video reeks of bullshit. Why don't you slow down your speak and
Yes.
actually give legitimate info instead of continuing to spread fake crap? And then
Yes.
later on says this video is bullshit. He happened to be recording when an unexpected call came in.
Yeah, like what Buckley said. Yeah.
Yeah, this Gary Smith 1477 is clearly a moron.
Gary Smith says, dude, everyone is different. We don't all have to fit in the same mold to be successful. When he speaks, I hear enthusiasm and conviction. And why would this story be fake?
Gary Smith is a guy that would have lost about 200 grand to TPG.
Thanks for showing the truth behind this industry. Completely changed my mind about getting a Rolex now. I'd rather invest that $10,000 into stock and get a 30% return than having a piece of item with the purpose of flaunting.
Another
stupid comment. Another stupid comment.
Yeah, look, guys, think about it like this. Even if some of the people in the chat are actually trolling us, because I believe a lot of people in the chat, they already follow us for a long time. They're not that stupid.
What chat? Our
But
chat
if
or
you-
this? What chat? Our chat? No one's
our chat, yeah.
No, no one's
because
trolling my chat. We don't let that shit go on over here.
No. When I say trolling regarding the idea of saying, the dealers are corrupt and so on, because I think a lot of people here know. But like I said before, this video are more for newbies or people that don't know really how easy is actually or not scary is to go to a retail dealer and maybe ask for a piece that you want, because this video actually say, you know what, Buckley, don't bother, don't ever go to a retail dealer, because it's just a waste of your time. Come to me.
I know. You said that 4 times though.
Yep. The salesman was a thief. I've never seen such a thing before. He's screwing the shop as well as the customers in the absence of the manager. Very unethical. There's no proof that the call, neither the purchase was legit. The way the whole situation can be staged easily.
Yeah, no.
Gary
no
Smith
proof
again
that
with another your favorite commenter. Interesting. I had no idea ADs could charge more than the retail price. I'm sure Rolex frown upon this.
Okay, I have a better question. Because this video was specifically targeting Rolex, not necessarily only a boutique, because as you saw, everything was shady. It just was targeting Rolex as a brand. Could Rolex sue him? For
If
Maybe.
I were the retailer,
no, not the retailer. So Rolex itself by representing that actually you actually put a bad name on Rolex dealers worldwide. So I'm going to sue you.
I don't know.
Rolex
He
needs
doesn't
to do anything.
Dealer by name. He doesn't do anything. The fucking video is fake, Marcelo. That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
The video is fake. No one would offer that opportunity to someone unless they were first bribed. Which, the whole thing is bullshit. This whole thing is bullshit.
Okay, look at this. He actually responds. There's a comment. It shouldn't be very difficult for Rolex to identify the authorized dealer and then withdraw their license. How many boutiques have got these kind of dividers between the desks? And then the dealer responds, there are actually 5 different stores in the video, and we haven't revealed which one we bought from.
Exactly.
Thanks
And
for
what I
watching.
told you before. You know what I told you before. See what I told you before.
But what he doesn't know is that we actually have photos of the interiors of all the Rolex ADs that he visited, and we were able to triangulate, and we know the exact store and the name of the retailer that he's claiming. And believe me, if we can do it, Rolex can do it, and the retailer can do it.
Real simple. If anyone wants to have some fun who's really bored, call the 5 stores tomorrow and ask for Dave. No, I'm not kidding. Call him Dave.
Nice.
You don't think that within 2 hours of this video coming out, people, I mean, listen, there are 150. There's hundreds of Rolex ADs in the UK alone. You don't think there are a bunch of frustrated customers that saw this video and immediately called up
I
the
don't know how many
retailer and
views
said,
does
"Hey,
it
did you
have?
see this video?"
How many views does the video have?
Good question. The video has
See, if you already checked that,
8,000 views.
check?
8,000 views.
Could you please check? This is the best part. Press that video. Check the comments on that video. Let's see what is the comments that he get.
What do you think? What do you think we're
Because
doing right now?
Hmm.
That's what we're doing right now, Marcella. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't believe. I mean, look, I know these things go on. I mean, I've even fucking seen some shit with my own personal people that some of the people in the community know about.
Yeah.
But the way that this went down, never in a million years.
Hmm.
And it's always like, why are there so many British gray market dealers that try to pull this weird shit? What is it about the UK where they're always like trying, like, if you're gonna con us, do a better job. You're really shitty. Come to America for a little bit and learn how to properly con people because you guys fucking suck at it. But then again, the whole country is conned by believing that there's a royal family. So I'm not that surprised.
Yeah, everyone in the UK is asleep now, which is they'll watch this tomorrow morning.
I don't give a fuck. I just say, you know how I am. I say it as it is. I don't care.
Yep. I love YouTube channel. The video was so well made. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed the video and found it well made.
Mm-hmm.
What a fantastic Frank video. Many thanks. ADs play too many games. It's
Look,
true.
This is why TPG took off and why he stole $5 million. Is just a lot of people that are wet behind the ears. You know what it is, OC? I'm gonna hit you real low to get some people real pissed. We have a lot of people that went to a lot of great colleges and they got great jobs. They've been working in corporate America for 20, 30 years. They went to great boarding schools and they have real soft hands and they have these cushy W-2 jobs and they've never seen a real con man. They've never negotiated a real deal. They've never had to sell anything. They've never had to hustle. And they are the easiest people to hustle and fuck over because they just don't know what they're getting involved in. They don't know. 47th Street, the whole street would tear these people apart. And it's very obvious. It happens all the time. And I know that might hurt some people's feelings because, you know, you might be a W-2 employee and you're an accountant and you work for KPMG and you feel slighted. Or you're a finance bro and you wear a Patagonia vest every day and, you know, you feel slighted. But it's true. It's true. You don't know anything about sales. You don't know anything about hustling. You've never done it. And you don't know how to negotiate. You don't know how to get a deal done. You don't know how to read body language. Your degree is fucking useless. So you better go to the real Rolex and you better do your homework because look at how many stupid people there are in these comments.
Well, they're working on that. This is what the
Here's the comment. So you're a flipper. And he responds, no, I'm not a flipper. We buy and sell watches on a daily basis. Okay, very interesting. Absolutely wild. He responds, right? Crazy stuff. Glad you enjoyed it. It's a lot of people are like Buckley and they think this is a fucking joke and an absolute fraud.
It is.
Rolex lawyers are en route. What a silly PR video. I'd love to see this guy
it's a
fucking
PR video. Exactly.
nailed to the fucking wall for this. Because what he's done is he's actually slandered one of the biggest retailers in the UK by saying that they're corrupt. That's what he has done. Cloud Ken is in the chat, member for 4 months. Thank you, Cloud Ken. Oh, great! Another show taken offline. Now we may make this members only, but that membership has its privileges.
That's actually really funny.
Look, see, if he actually put himself in a big problem, because if I get sued, let's say by that retail company, for me maybe to make a apologize video or to reveal that basically I just scam, I basically would pull this. You know what? Because you said only 7 days ago, right? The thing that I can probably do the best is take out the video completely and not apologize. Because if I apologize, I just expose myself as a scammer. So the best way is just to remove the video. So you'll see. Just let's see how long that video going to be in the air. You know,
The thing
this
is,
is the best way they're going to
I
say.
think Buckley is right in the sense that these social media influencer dealers are stupid. They think this is good content. They actually think this is informative, educational, and entertaining content. This is garbage, absolute garbage, and this guy should be in some way, shape, or form brought to justice. You know, either sued into oblivion.
Just don't buy watches from this person. That's
or
what
fucking chain.
If you're in the UK and you've heard of this guy and you want to buy a watch, don't buy a watch from this guy. Just don't do it. I would like. That's what you have to decide. I'm sorry, this guy is a liar. Don't buy a watch from a liar. It's always the same type too. You ever notice that that watch box and European Watch Company and Nashville and whoever else, they never got involved in this bullshit. If they made videos, it was about the watches on the table, right? Like, what do we have for sale? Why do we like them? All the fucking people like Roman and TPG and the fucking jabronis down there in Texas, when they entered through YouTube and they got crazy about content and they start renting cars and flashing shit, those guys are the ones you want to stay away from. All of them suck. All of them suck. They're all a joke. They've all gotten caught doing shady things. You know, I would never work with Roman because he made a fake video. He made a fake fucking video. Never. I would never sell him a watch. I would never buy a watch from him because he did a bunch of fake shit. And that's not Tim Wright bullshit. That's legitimate. He made a fake video. You know, and anyone who's that thirsty to be on camera all the time so that they can be a celebrity is probably a narcissist at some level. Right? Probably a narcissist. So you got to be real careful about these people. This is a guy I wouldn't be surprised to hear that he sold or lost $2 million in consignment.
You know, Buckley. You know what this video remind me? You know all these commercials that you have in the state about diet pills and all this kind of stuff. Always in the beginning, they put this warning that say that this is a commercial. And whatever you know what I'm talking about, right? The official basically don't believe what you're going to see 100%, right? So if you would do this or that, it would be more entertaining. You know what I mean?
Not exactly, but sure. PG's in the chat. What's up, PG? Got John D in the chat. CQ wants to know: is this a dealer? Yes, this is a Trilogy Jewelers. This is a gray market dealer in Hatton Garden in London, which is kind of like the shady area of London where they have all the secondary dealers. And this guy's name is Frankie Mardell. Frankie Mardell of Trilogy Jewelers. I'm not promoting him. I'm in a way exposing him because this is his video. And yes, the video, if you missed it, you can rewind the stream and watch it. But basically,
I see Buckley, I have to go. I'm
All right.
going to see you guys there. And by the way, also before I go, you just got a member for 4 months, so just pay attention to that.
Thank you. You're way behind in the chat, Marcelo. But thank you very much.
I see. I see.
All right. Have a good
See
one,
you
Marcelo.
guys.
Take care. Have a great,
Thank you.
great
Marcelo.
morning. Take care. Guys, if you want to jump on the panel, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. Yeah, this is a dealer. And all right, let's
All right. Someone that talks sense into the people.
yeah,
CQ.
CQ, welcome.
What's going on, guys? Happy
CQ
Friday.
guys of Gottlieb and Co. You can learn more about CQ's services at gottliebandco.com, I believe. Fair, is that right?
Yeah, gottliebandco.com or cqthewatchguy.com, whichever
CQthewatchguy.com.
you prefer. Both long, but what can you do?
What are you doing on this Valentine's Day night? Hanging with us chooches.
Exactly. That's what I'm doing. I'm cooking some pasta, so I got a timer going. And I don't know, just
What do you mean time? What do you mean timer? You're not using your GMT Master 2 or your Submariner?
No, actually, at the moment, I have no chronographs. Can you believe it? My Daytona's in Ireland, so on hand, I have no chronographs. So I am not doing a good service. I should be timing. I need a speedy just to time pasta. I'll fix that shortly.
Gotcha.
How are you guys doing? Happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you very
Not bad,
much.
not bad. My significant other is in Florida right now, so I have an excuse.
Oh, nice.
Why I'm here.
Mine is also out of state. So what are you doing here, OC? This is interesting.
Yeah, we just I'm done with dinner, so I just thought I'd pop on for a little bit. By the way, I don't know if you've seen this. Let me show you this. But Monochrome Watches came out with some, I don't know if you call them predictions, but basically some ideas of stuff that Rolex could do. And this is one of them. Platinum, they're calling this the Platinum Blueberry, which is basically a blueberry inspired Platinum GMT Master 2 with a blueberry bezel, dial, and 24-hour hand.
I love this. I'd rock with this. This would be a heavy watch, but I like heavy watches.
Yep.
I also like the Cellini they did, that Malachite Cellini. That would be excellent.
Oh,
well, who knows what Rolex would do? Not Cellini, 1908. Excuse me.
You saw
should have called it Cellini.
You saw the picture of that?
Yes.
Gotcha.
The mock-up.
Um,
I'd rock this. What was this video that you guys were talking about? So he went. Yeah, you explain it.
Yeah. Well, it was basically. Let me see here. It's this guy, and his name is Frankie Mardell, and he basically went to. I'll recap it as much as it'll pain Buckley. I'll start it right here, and you can.
Oh, you don't gotta do the full.
No. It's okay. It's okay. Check it out.
Ready? I saw those Rolex cufflinks in the window. Do you sell them?
You do? Oh, let's go through.
There's no way that the SA is not going to be able to identify that person based on that suit and the hair.
Correct.
You know, so
this video has already been floated around all the management.
Yep.
Oh, let's go through. I have a seat I'll bring it to you.
Okay. Cheers. Really cool, aren't they? You don't get them free if you buy a watch then.
No, it's registered for you. Why not? You become it's considered as purchase from Rolex, you know?
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like buying a watch.
So if I get one of these, can I get a Bruce Wayne? No?
But we can always work
On a Jubilee? No. So
We don't have it available.
really,
Next month.
you get the Bruce Wayne. Is it not? Is it hard to get?
On Oyster Steel.
The stainless steel on the Jubilee bracelet.
It's a registration fee, but it's one of those super high.
Oh yeah.
You've got to. Have you purchased with us?
No. I'll buy some cufflinks.
As I said, we're more than happy to put it on the list.
Yeah.
It doesn't guarantee you to get it.
Yeah.
We don't do, as I said, waitlist.
any issues with what's going on so far?
No, it just gives me you ever see those police auditor guys? It's giving me a little bit of that vibe.
Yeah,
He just waits.
This is supposedly like his brother or whatever that's with him and has a hidden camera.
Oh, right.
Express your interest. So we'll work on that.
Okay. Well, we wanted to buy a Bruce Wayne and maybe some cufflinks, but we'll just go black corded.
Let's start with the cufflinks and then we'll see how it goes.
Okay. I'll think about it. $5,000's a lot for cufflinks, but you know, it's a lot more than I usually spend. They should just be a gift like this. If I buy something nice.
No, he's wearing a platinum Daytona. So now, a while later, we received an interesting call. Now, you, CQ, be the judge. Is this a real call?
Hello.
Hi, it's Dave calling from.
Oh, hi. How are you?
Hi, good, thank you. Good. Thanks for coming in and seeing us earlier today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was unable to serve you while my manager was there. However, I would be able to offer you that Bruce Wayne Jubilee for a slight fee on top if you're interested.
Yeah. Okay. How much?
Well, the total price to you would be 14,000.
Okay. So a few grand over retail. Yeah, I think that would work for me. Let's do it.
Perfect. Would you be able to come in today at 4 p.m.?
Yeah, we can do that.
Fantastic. I'll book you a call now. I look forward to seeing you.
Okay, great. See you then. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Cheers. Bye. I can't believe that just happened. But I've always heard this sort of thing happens where people get called up and you can pay them a little bit on top to get the watch. I never thought it would actually come true for me, but it looks like it has. I'm actually getting this watch, it seems. We're going to have to obviously go back and pick it up. But that's very exciting. Hopefully this could be a long drawn out relationship for me. We can make a lot of money because I know of people that have done it in the past. So come with us. We're going to go back to Central London. Let's go get this watch. Can't believe it, guys. Just left the store. I'm not going to.
I call bullshit. It's fucking bullshit.
When was this video posted?
This was 7 days ago.
I'd be interested to see like if it stays up forever. Because this is why would you do this? Why would you even make this video? What was the point of this video?
Because gray market dealers are okay. I got to be careful. Some gray market dealers are really, really stupid, and he thinks this is good content. And he thinks that this is going to educate his lame viewers, and that they'll think that he's some kind of great educational resource.
Oh man, wait. Let me turn the pasta off. But this is give me 1 second. Give me a second.
Sure. Guys, this is the original OC channel. Still over 50 people watching on this Valentine's holiday. It's February 14th. Thanks for hanging there with us. If you're still with us, drop in a comment into the stream and say hi, and also upvote the live stream. Let's try to get to 50 likes, guys. Let's get to 50 likes, and then we'll let CQ weigh in on this, and then who knows what else we'll talk about. But open panel. Anybody can jump on. And I will drop the link to join the panel in the chat. Don't be shy, guys. If you're alone on this Valentine's Day, if you want to hang with us for a little bit, jump on the panel. But upvote the live stream. We are officially the highest rated, highest viewed live stream on YouTube right now, which isn't that hard because there's very few people streaming. We're the only live stream. But
let's see if this might make you feel a little better here.
Okay.
The Platinum Daytona with a suit is dead on arrival. The Platinum Day-Date is the better Platinum watch.
Oh, you're so
Look
sweet.
at that. Look at that. That looks like shit.
It looks dumb. Yeah, it doesn't look good.
Really dumb. Looks really dumb. Wear a Platinum Day-Date next time, fuckface.
Yeah. You always know how to make me feel better.
Why is he wearing a three-piece suit? What the fuck is this? I'm so confused by this video.
This is European style.
Looks like a hotel
fashion.
manager. No, it's not. It looks like he looks like he works at the St. Regis.
The St. Regis Hotel. Sir, could I have the purse to take your bags?
I mean, in the UK, they're very what's the word, sartorial. So it makes sense.
Okay, so what do you make of the phone call, CQ?
I think that's just a bullshit call. Just because there's in 2025, no logical, smart person who works for a store is gonna sell you something over retail and have you pick it up at the store. So even if this was somebody doing something under the table, how are they gonna take that money? You know,
how do the over retail under the table deals go down?
Back to it.
I wouldn't know, but like in the past, right? Because of course things have happened in the past, and people have to realize, the industry has changed in the past 10 years since I've gotten in. But let's say 10 years ago, maybe a sales associate would be like, okay, I can get it for you. You got to pay me a little extra. You pay the dealer credit card, and you got to pay me a little something in the pocket. If there's like a shady sales associate or something like that. That was probably when inventory was much more loose. Now, today in 2025, for somebody to, that's an immediate, like, if I was a client, if I was him, I would just call the manager and be like, listen, what's your WhatsApp? I'm gonna send you this video. I'm gonna send you this video. These are the 4 watches that I would like, and let's talk tomorrow. That's all I would even. Why would I post this? Because this video.
You would blackmail the dealer. Okay, listen.
Yeah, listen.
I mean, not black. Okay, blackmail. You would have a friendly conversation with the dealer and say, listen, it might be in your best interest to make me a very happy customer because I have some real dirty shit about what's going on at your store.
I would just say, as somebody who's a lifelong salesperson and a partner of the sales environment, that I just saw something that I didn't feel made me feel good as somebody who wanted to purchase a lot. I didn't feel as somebody who's managed big stores. You should also see this, and I think it's something you see, and I just think, I don't know. I like watches, and I think after you see what I show you, you might just find it in your heart to bless me. That's all. But if you don't, you don't. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm not one of those guys who's gonna put a Google review and put a gun to your head.
How the fuck is this video still online, DQ? This guy is
very surprising.
I mean, the people we know which dealer this is. It's the #1 dealer in the UK with vast resources. They should be able to squash this guy in 30 minutes because he basically slandered their fucking chain.
If I was a salesperson who he spoke with, I would have probably tried to fight him by now. Because like this video went around, and this is the sad part about things like this, is like you think like, oh, you just jerked around a guy for a day, but no, this went around. Somebody saw this. So that means it goes to all the management. Maybe somebody at Rolex HQ saw it. God forbid. That becomes a whole different thing, right? And then it goes around. They figure out what store is in the video. They kind of figure out, okay, it has to be these few people. No, they just pull the cameras. What am I talking about? They just pull the cameras. They look for the guy in the 3-piece suit with a platinum Daytona on, and then they question, and then it becomes like, wait, did you call the guy? Did you? And who even wants that pressure? So if it was me, I would have found him.
And that's he's gonna go. No. That was a fake. I didn't. Well, first of all, they're gonna know that he didn't sell the watch.
Oh, of course.
If this is fake, right?
But you don't even want to be suspected of having the conversation. You know what I mean? That can put you back. You don't want to be, about to be promoted, and it was like, isn't that guy the guy who was with the other guy, and maybe had that? Like, oh, let's not even. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I think. I think very long term, and like I would have not taken this lightly at all. And being that he's a dealer, I'd have went to his establishment and I'd be like, hey, listen, you need to either pull this video down, or we need to do like a recap video where you say it's a joke, or like I gotta like something you gotta make me feel better. Because the point of this, like, I don't even know how is this even educational. How does this all this does is make a bunch of people try to figure out what dealer that is and try to do this, like 10, 15 times at least. So it's very like
this guy is dumb. That's what it comes down to. This is a dumb.
You're right.
You see people do dumb shit all the time on the internet. This is one of like, I'm so like, I don't know. The guy might be watching right now, and he's like, "How dare you call me dumb?" Like, you kind of
you're dumb, sir. You're dumb. I'll tell you. CQ got me. Told you gottliebandco.com. Shoot me a message, and I'll explain to you. You can hire me as a consultant, and I'll teach you how to sell watches the proper way. Because the sad part, like you're saying, Buckley, there's all these people who do all this reality TV show dealers, and if they just learned about watches, and if they just love watches, all they have to do is talk watches all day. You know what I mean? I'm about to, I just started my own business. I'm doing my own thing. I started my own YouTube channel. What am I gonna do? You think I'm gonna rent a Lambo and rent a Ferrari and do all these things, or go to the islands and like do some crazy? No, I'm just gonna talk about watches. You know why? Because I know watches. I actually love watches. So I could just talk about watches all day. But unfortunately, people like this get in the industry, they get a backer, they memo out a platinum Daytona, they rent a cheap store somewhere. They don't really show where it is, so you don't know how expensive it is. And then they pretend, and it's like the pretender wars. And unfortunately, like you said, there's some. I don't like to call them suckers. They're naive. They're fresh to the industry, and unfortunately, there's so many people with money right now, and there's so little people with I don't know the word, just good faith people who do business. There are a lot of them, but a lot of bad people in the past 4 or 5 years, as you guys have covered. And it's just like what's the point of this video? Like, if I want to spend money with you, this does not make me want to spend $1. Like, I would even buy the cufflinks off of you, because like, why would you? What is this about? I'm
But
so confused.
on the internet, people look up to
True.
these kinds of characters. There's some people that look up to these kinds of characters as like heroes. Like, hey, look, you bought a watch. You were able to manipulate the system, and you bought a watch for 14, and you end up selling it for 16.5. So you made 2,500 for doing almost nothing. That sounds like something
You're right.
I could do. You know, like, wow, look, you're incredible. No wonder you're such a successful businessman.
You're right. It's unfortunate. They target younger people a lot of these channels, and it is very aspirational watching become a watch dealer. But like, unfortunately, a lot of them just don't know how hard it is to actually be a dealer. I just started my own business. I am not a dealer. You know, I'm gonna broker a little bit, but I'm more of an advisor, consultant type. To be a dealer is the insurance you need, the safe. Oh my God, you got to rent it. Then you got to rent a place, and you got to buy the safe. You got to get the safe in there to be a real dealer, because I'm not going to be a backpack. I would be a real, you know what I mean? So I couldn't put my mind around doing something like that. And unfortunately, yeah, you know, a lot of guys are doing it. It's a lot of facade, man. I'd really love to know, does he own that Daytona? And I don't know him, but just because he made a video like this, it makes you question, like, you know, a lot, because like, why would you make this? You know, and you know me, I don't talk about people very often, but when you make a video like that, it's like it's kind of cringe.
Well, I'm showing his store. I mean, this is his website. I'm not promoting it. I just want to
It's a
let
nice
people know
logo.
that he actually does have a physical storefront in Hatton Garden, London, and looks like he has inventory and an actual space. Looks modern and everything. So the guy's been around for several years. He didn't just pop up like last week or anything.
I wonder what made him
So
make a video like this. Hey, you
what
know,
would
to
make
each their own, you know?
I just don't understand how this guy isn't completely shut down and off of maybe not off of YouTube, but I can't imagine that the retailer involved with all of their resources hasn't written him a cease and desist and said, listen, pull this video down immediately.
I wouldn't be
It's fucking
surprised
fake.
if Rolex got involved. You know, like a video like that, and like they'll comb your website, and if you have one trademark issue, or you have one this or that or something on your store, you know what I mean? Like, a video like that is so like, it just makes everybody look shady, and it's like, this is just it really doesn't go on, you know, like the way it doesn't need to. Like, it happens maybe in some small situations, and every situation you hear about usually gets burnt out. Even in the Middle East, when I got there, was a big thing where a bunch of SAs and managers got forced out because it was uncovered. Because nobody wants that. There's enough money. There's enough money in the game. You know what I mean? This is like in the mafia, and like somebody's bringing drugs, and it's like, hey, we already do the numbers. Why are we doing all these other things? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing dirty stuff? So it really doesn't happen. You know, it's such an unnecessary thing. And the videos like this puts a whole thousands of people in their head, like, oh man, maybe I should go to SA and try to like palm them a couple $100. And it's like, it's disrespectful, and you kind of look stupid too, you know?
Stupid. Anyway, that's what I wanted to pop on this Valentine's holiday and kind of share with the audience. Hope you guys liked it. Buckley, you have any other topics or anything you want to cover? Any other interesting anecdotes?
No, not really.
Yeah.
Not really.
CQ, anything interesting going on? Anything you want to talk about?
Nah, I don't think nothing crazy. You know, I'm trying to think if any crazy watches came out. I just want that malachite Rolex to be real, to be honest with you.
I don't think it's going to be.
No, I mean it could. That's like a doable thing. You're probably right, but it's like that's doable. Like for Rolex, they'll give you a stone dial, you know. But because it's a 1908, they'll probably just give you something conservative because that's what they do. But who knows? This might be the year. You never know. You never know. The beautiful thing about Rolex and which I love and I'm so envious of, no matter what they give us, we're gonna love it.
Yeah.
Tell
There's only
us.
two brands that shut down the world when they do a release, and it's Rolex and Patek.
Yep. And
The whole world stops what they're doing and tunes in, you know. And I know it's going to piss AP people off, but it's true. AP is far less interesting when they do releases than Rolex and Patek.
What haven't they done? You know, it's so, you know, we bash Rolex and Patek for being so conservative, but then AP went the opposite direction, and now we're so tired of AP, and Rolex and Patek can still just like, hey, give me a malachite dial. Oh, and I would love it. I would love it, and I would drool. And it's like they've used malachite before. You know what I mean? This is anything revolutionary, but it's like it's just unlike them. But AP is
Yeah, well, we're all waiting very patiently for them to do their 150th anniversary release because everyone thought it was going to be like the first week of February, and it's already been, 2 weeks and still nothing other than, riveting fucking Instagram posts about how they're going back to their roots. Nothing. So.
How about, I do have a topic that we can discuss. I think next week or the week after we'll see the new releases from AP. That should be very exciting. The Rolex press conference, by the way, has been scheduled. The Rolex press conference will be the 1st of April. And we will see all the new models from Rolex at, I believe, 2:30 Eastern time, 2:30 a.m. Eastern time on April 1st. So set your alarms. That should be fun.
Do you think there'll be leaks like last year? Do you think somebody got murdered last year over the leaks?
I can't remember if last year we had actual bona fide legitimate leaks.
I think the night before it was like somebody took a video of the construction.
That was like 3 years ago. It's like 3 years ago where they were able to access the PDFs in advance.
No.
Last year had
CQ is right. Last year they had the video on the wall showing the 1908 in Glacier Blue.
Yeah. That's right. The teaser videos. And we called almost all of those correctly. The Sky Dweller.
No, not the teaser video. There was a video on the wall. I guess it was in like Australia or China. I don't know, somewhere before it got released. The AD had already switched their like video montage on the wall to be the new releases, and all
really interesting.
Yeah, we saw the Bruce Wayne was in there, the 1908 Glacier Blue, and whatever else. I forgot. I fucking forgot what the releases were, but I remember that video. Someone was sitting on the couch and taking an iPhone video of the montage on the wall.
Exactly.
Yeah, I actually do have something that is kind of breaking news. Nobody's covered it yet, but the famed Morgan Stanley Lux Consult Swiss watch industry report is out.
Oh wow.
And I love reading the nuggets from that report every single year. And we are the first YouTube channel to share with you now the results of the Morgan Stanley report. And here they are. Let me see if I can make this a tad bit. Let me move us down a little bit.
There you go.
And you can see the top 20 in 2024 is the same top 20 that was there in 2023.
Cartier's holding on strong, man.
The Santos is hot. We keep talking about it. I think we talk about it once a week, how the Santos is everywhere.
Yeah, that's super interesting. Cartier, especially since it's just Cartier watches. Wow, that's really interesting. They took over Omega I think maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And it's just like, look at the number of they're producing more than Omega. That's insane. Wow.
Yeah, actually, just a few years ago, Cartier and Omega produced the same number of watches, around 500,000. Now Omega is still at the same level, 505,000, but look at Cartier, 680,000. So they've increased their shipments by 40%, roughly 40% over the past 4 years, while Omega has stayed flat. Now, revenue hasn't remained flat. So for Omega, for example, over the last 4 years, although their annual production has remained around the same, their turnover, their annual revenue has gone from 1.6 billion to 2.4 billion with the same number of units over the last 4 years.
Wow, so that means an increase in retail price.
Yep.
32%
Retail price and distribution, a lot of direct distribution.
Yes, you're right. A lot of online sales.
Online sales and a lot
Boutique.
more boutique, a lot more people willing to pay retail through the boutique. Yes.
Yeah.
Let me pull up some insights here. Hold on a second. Let me just pull it up.
Always interested in Longines is always strong, and they're only dropping just because of the Asian market. Hermes is going down. They haven't really released anything. Everything's kind of making sense. Look at Hugo so high. I'm surprised Bulgari isn't a little bit higher, but they don't produce that much.
Yeah. So just Rolex went from 1.25 million to 1.176 in their estimates. Massive 10.5 billion Swiss francs turnover. Cartier number 2, Omega number 3. AP, Patek, and Richard Mille round out the top 6 there. If there's anybody has any questions about any particular brand, happy to answer any questions. I have the reports from last year and from 4 years ago. So I've been comparing all day long the unit volume as well as the revenue and average retail price. So we may do a full stream on this sometime over the next couple of days. But shout out to our friends at Morgan Stanley and Lux Consult for their annual report. Good stuff.
It's just so awesome that Rolex is making more watches than Longines. You know, like people won't realize that. Like AP makes 51,000. Rolex is 1.1. Longines is 950.
Yep. Question from Vimal in the chat. Did Patek Philippe increase their unit volume? Actually, no, not really. Patek Philippe 72,000 for 2024. The prior year was 70,000. So it was basically flat from 70 to 72.
Yeah, that's a lot for them too.
That's a lot of volume. But their revenue from last year to this year, their revenue last year was 2.05 billion, and last year 2.3. So with basically the same number of units, they went from 2.05 to 2.3 billion. These guys are able to raise prices and do very, very well. Even brands that, for example, like Jaeger LeCoultre, that have remained, their unit sales have also remained stable, 79,000 a year for JLC.
Hey, CQ, do you know what the margin is if you have a Patek? If you're a Patek authorized dealer, you know what margin they set for you on selling Pateks? Like what percentage?
It'd probably be, everything's a little bit individual, but you're probably, depending on the watch, let's call it, 40%. 40%.
Wow. Okay. So then
it's dependent because some are much less. So take that with a grain of salt.
Okay. So if we use that number, if you're looking at this, 85% wholesale, if they were to match APs where they were mostly boutique, instead of middlemen, with 40%, they would be number 2 behind Rolex as far as revenue.
Yes, if they direct sold, they'd be making a lot, but then
way more money.
Yeah, it's so much. They're already making.
Well, those numbers are actually in on this chart. So if you see the column that says implied wholesale and implied retail,
Yeah.
so for Patek Philippe it says it's 2.2 wholesale, 3.1 retail. That means that if they were to go completely direct, they would add $1 billion. Yeah.
Yeah.
To their
Yeah.
yeah. So basically, they're giving away. They make
Okay, so now they'd be fourth.
They make
then.
2.2 billion, and their retailers make 1 billion working with them.
Yeah, so they'd be fourth then.
It's the best plan. You want your reach, especially when you're spelling like so. Patek is the only brand. All the brands I see here in 2 to 3 years, Patek is the only Patek, Rolex, Cartier. Those are the only ones I can see being super stable. Like I have no problem seeing them staying there. But we're very, very close. I have a feeling to flipping back in a discount land because the retail prices are just too. It just doesn't make sense. Patek has the magic to charge you whatever. It never made sense. You know, other brands used to make sense, and then they went into like this space, this weird galaxy of like, what's the entry level Richard Mille? 154,000 for the square one that we talked about the other day. Like what?
Yeah.
Like who? Like what? Like I don't even know what to price that at. You know, Patek has always been like, you know, it is the price. It's just the price. It, you know, but that's because even as an SA, when you train with Patek, you don't discount. You just don't.
funny.
You know.
It's funny that you mentioned that CQ because the average price of a Richard Mille in 2020 was 183,000, and now the average price of a Richard Mille is 272,000.
Yeah, that's insanity.
I don't know.
You know, CQ. As soon as those watches get close to retail, that whole brand is going to fall from number 6 down to number 15.
It might not even touch 20, brother.
It might not touch 20, and it's also like if you look at the trends here, like Rolex is stable, Cartier is killing it. I'm telling you, conservative dress is coming back.
Yes,
It's
sir.
coming back, and this whole individualism of, you know, I wear the biggest, craziest contraption on my arm you're going to be looked at like you're kind of dumb. And I think I am not bullish on RM at all. I think that it is in a situation where it's going to fall off the map. The slightest thing, it could be fucking gone tomorrow.
You know, when you tell people that, they're like, no way. That'll never happen. RM is the hottest thing ever. And I just like to point to people, Roger Dubuis was hot. Frank Mueller, the master of complications.
Hublot.
Go to 24. I can't tell you enough Hublot stories. When I entered the pre-owned industry, 10% off of Hublot was like a mafia kiss. Hey, give me a kiss on 2 cheeks. I love you, brother. 10% off. 10% on a Hublot, and people were happy and giddy, and they sold so much. And today, today I couldn't even recommend you a Hublot without you laughing. Oh my God, just even thinking about it is crazy because I have a very close friend who was part of the rise of Hublot and just it really inspired me to be in the industry, right? And it's the same thing with Panerai. I saw these brands do amazing numbers and everybody loved it. Everybody wanted Panerai. Now, you mentioned Panerai, oh, it's too big. What's that? What's his name? Periscope. Oh my God, he kills Panerai every auction, you know. And Richard Mille, listen, they make very cool watches. I think they're doing amazing marketing, but I don't know, man. Like 150,000, I don't care who you are, is a lot of money. And I need to see the old guy, man. I need you to tell me a story about an old guy who worked all his life and doesn't speak any English and just he makes great fondue, he drinks good beer, and he makes fucking amazing watches. And that's who made your watch for 150 grand. At Richard Mille, I don't know if it's a CNC machine with a thing with another thing. Like then I'm looking at the numbers and I'm like, why are you charging me 150? You should charge me 75. Like I'll buy the watch, and this is a problem. A lot of brands I don't understand. It's like people will spend as much money as you want them to spend, but as soon as you start taking advantage, is when you just lose all trust. And it's like when you look around, 150 grand. Not even Paddock does that, and Paddock could, but at least Paddock says, "Hey, 30 grand. You could come on. I'll give you a couch, Chava. Come on, come over here. I'll take your money. 150. Come on." 270 average is like, and you're not even Grubel, you're not even like, and this is what is really should be important to people. Look at the production numbers, right? And you gotta, if you see Grubel 4C, they're probably close to 50, right? And they're doing 250 watches, 300 watches, and those are the brands who get to have, like, in my opinion, very, very high average price points. But brands that are doing 5,000 units is like, that's more than Moser. That's more than Moser. What are we talking about?
They're above retail. The problem, what you're really saying is people at that price don't actually enjoy that watch. They're doing it. That brand is 100% for the flex and the over retail. If
Correct.
It gets close to retail, it's no longer a flex and it will fall. Because it's not like look, if a Royal Oak gets close to retail, it'll still sell because it's a fucking Royal Oak.
Yep.
But RM has nothing. It doesn't have any sort of provenance in the world. It's just going to be one of those things where, yeah, remember bell-bottom jeans? Yeah, that was wild. You couldn't even find them. It's like, that's the bell-bottom jeans of watches.
I mean, Frank Mueller is right there. Roger Dubuis. There's so many amazing stories of, like, Instagram wasn't around then, but Google a little bit, read some of the articles, and these guys were rock stars. Jay-Z, he wears a president that was customized by Frank Mueller to be a perpetual calendar, like legendary stuff like that. And it's like, now like you're a quirky guy if you like Frank Mueller. You're like a quirky, you're a quirky watch collector. You're seeing something other people can't see. And I think Richard Mille, the potential is there. As you said, if they're back to retail, they become fallen knives, and a lot of people won't want to pick them up.
You mentioned Hublot. By the way, if you look at this year's numbers for Hublot's number 16. They did basically 500 million in revenue on 39,000 watches. Last year, you know how many units Hublot produced and shipped?
How much?
That number was 52,000. Okay, wow. So they went from 52,000 to 39,000, and their revenue went from 670 million down to 495. So massive
Smart
decline for Hublot. And that was last year. Imagine what the bloodbath is going to be like this year for them.
Looks like LVMH. No, I mean, Bulgari went up. Swatch and LVMH are just on the decline.
But it's smart. It's an asset right now. I'm telling you, like, a lot of these brands are smart. And LVMH is such a big luxury brand, a luxury holding company. They're seeing so many things. It's like, I'm not wasting money on Hublot right now. It's just not in a place. How can you save it? I don't know what you could do to save it. So you can make it trim, you can make it lean, and you can sell in the markets that love Hublot, and you can support the collectors and stuff. But there's no amount of marketing you could really do in, like, the US market that will negate the Nico Leonard effect at the moment. You know what I mean? So why even produce the watches?
Yep. By the way, AP's number 4, 51,000 units, revenue of 2.4 billion. Just a few years ago, that was 4,300 units and revenue of 788 million. So they've gone from 788 million over the last 4 years to 2.4 billion. They basically quadrupled, with not a lot more watches. They increased watch production by 20%. Absolutely phenomenal, the rise of Richard Mille over the past 4 years.
Oh yeah.
And by the way, I can't continue without a little bit of gloating. I have to say that my nemesis brand Tudor, yeah, Julius Caesar in the chat mentioned it.
Getting crushed.
Tudor is down 50%. I mean,
No.
Tudor is absolutely in a disastrous situation.
50%? No way.
Yeah,
they're getting
they wanted 2 years ago when they created that new plant, that new Kanisi movement factory. They were in 2023. They were projecting that they would do 310,000 units, and last year they did 160,000 units. So basically, they produced about 50% of their anticipated production.
Wow. That's a very interesting. So, what's your theory?
It's garbage brand. Tudor sucks.
Why do you think?
No, here's my theory. People were buying from all of these brands to get to Rolex, and they're no longer doing it because the math doesn't make sense, and the SAs are not able to sell the watches on their own merit. They don't know how. So I think that all of these brands are just falling off. I mean, like Bright. To be honest, the one here that's the most scary is Breitling.
Well, they're gone. They're lost, man. I don't even think about them anymore. I love the brand so much that I just remember it post what it is today, you know?
Yeah, but they're number 9. I think next year, I don't think they're in the top 20 because I think that they are so fucked. I think Breitling and RM are the two people here that you got to watch.
Just think real quick about Breitling. Although they're roughly the same number of units as several years ago. 4 years ago, their revenue was under 500 million, and now they're at 850 million. So they've been able to increase prices with inflation, and they're now pulling in 70% more revenue than they were 4 years ago. God bless them.
Yeah, that's because, like I said, because
the rising tide lifts all boats.
No, it's not even that. They're all, you'll find Breitling in all the Tourneaus and Bucherers and watches Switzerland. It's right next to Rolex. And it used to be a brand that's like, if you want something a little different that's also big and shiny, I have a Navitimer to sell you. A Chronomat, right? The Chronomat and the Navitimer had that bracelet. You go to any cigar lounge and a guy over 50 has a fucking Breitling. But now they fucked it all up, and they have the boutique only, which no one buys anything at full retail at the boutique only from Breitling unless you're nuts. Yeah. And people aren't buying them to get the Rolex anymore because first, second, and third Rolex, the math doesn't work. And they're making weird shit, let's be honest.
Yeah, it's gotten real weird. I've been just looking over older Breitlings, and it's so pretty, so nice. And some of the new stuff is just like, I don't know. I want to argue against your points because I like to debate with you, but I don't know if you're wrong. I don't know if I think two things happen. I think you're right, and then like any brand that's in a store with Rolex rose with SAs just being able to milk people for the situation. But I also do think that price range, that Tudor price range, was that 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. There's so many Christopher Wards and all these other brands I can't think about that have like gone into that price range that have probably attacked it and have been a little bit more appealing than Tudor in the past couple of years.
Let's welcome Aussie to the panel. But first, I want to say hello to Vimal with a flamingo blue highlighted comment from Canada. Can Tudor claw its money back from Adrian Barker? I don't know who that is, but thank you very much, Vimal. I don't know. No one should be buying Tudors right now, but they probably should not have been buying them ever in the past. That's my opinion. What's up, Aussie? You're on mute. Any comments about any of these results or any particular brands or anything that we talked about tonight?
I think the Breitling's done very well. If you look at their trajectory over the last 3 or 4 years, it's really just been a rocket ship. I don't know whether or not we've got a year-over-year change that we were just talking about. They took one down. Is that what we're saying here from
Year
2023?
year over year,
Yeah.
last year on a revenue they were at 870 and 178,000 units. So here they are, 18,000 fewer units and just a little bit, maybe down
Just a touch lower
one,
on the price.
just down maybe 1% on the revenue.
It was a great comment from you, Buckley, about Richard Mill, where a lot of the value is literally the financial value. That is it a financial flex? The kind of reverse thing is happening in diamonds right now, where it's like, well, you go for the mine diamonds instead of, say, the CVD diamonds. You go because the mine diamond is a flex, it costs more and it retains its value. Well, it doesn't retain its value. You're just a loser now. So I see that happening for Richard Mill. I think that's very pertinent. Breitling, on the other hand, it's like it's the 2000s again. I think people are just excited to buy a Breitling, and they don't really think about anything else. That it just speaks to them when they see it. Is what I get the impression from people who buy Breitling.
I mean, here's what I'll hit you with this. I like Breitling, always have. It's kind of a nostalgic brand for me because, like I said, every New Yorker who's above 50 who made some money when they were 20, they all have them. And, I've seen 10,000 shiny chronomats and Navitimers, and I love all of them. But Breitlings, in my opinion, based on what I've seen, are being sold for the wrong reasons. People are buying them for the wrong reasons. They've lost a lot of their DNA. They've gone super crazy on the boutiques. They've opened more boutiques than anybody.
They continue to open so many mono brand boutiques, and they're in the
know
most
that
expensive areas. It's unbelievable.
We know that
Yes.
the CEO is trying to package it up and sell it. Like, we know that's his plan, right? Isn't it like a private equity thing? So I just think this is actually the first year. 2025 is the first year where Rolex came in. They put up their prices so high. Anyone who's bought a Rolex has bought a Rolex, and they're kind of fading out of the hobby. The whole market is down. Inflation is up. People have less money. Demand is down. I think you're going to see Breitling fall off the map quite a bit.
What's Rolex's numbers? Did they go up in revenue or down?
I think they're pretty consistent.
Yeah, they're roughly the same number of units. And from a revenue perspective, they went actually up from 10.1 billion to 10.6 billion. So they actually went up by 5% up with a slightly less number of units, because we all know what they're doing. The prices are going up and they're pushing precious metal. We're at a point now where sky dwellers are $57,000, which is outrageous. Full gold Daytonas are $44,000 for Daytonas.
Yeah.
It's out, Yeah.
The other thing too with Breitling is we're in a watch community where people buy and unbox watches, and there's trends. The only Breitlings I've seen unboxed was probably, at this point, more than a year and a half ago, maybe even 2 years ago, and they're usually vintage or neo-vintage. I haven't seen anyone come on. I don't know of a single person who has bought a modern Breitling at retail from Breitling. You might know one or two.
No, but it's sort of like a brand like Tag, right? Like no collector is buying like a lot of Breitling, unless they're just a collector that just loves smoking deals. Both brands, but they sell a lot of watches. Both of them. You look at Tag, there's like 380,000 watches. I mean, how many brands sell more than 380,000 watches? It's like a handful.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so a lot of these brands, like Longines,
Not even a handful.
Longines and
Tissot and Swatch. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these are
The
in
big
department
movers.
stores. They're all in department stores and malls all over the place.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, and
Cruising out.
the price
My-
point is like 1,500 to 3,500. You know.
But my point being is like these are sort of like household brands, like as in everyone knows them. At some point, they've done just so much marketing at a point that they must have been hype. At whether they're hype now or not doesn't really matter. They're basically household brands. So if you looked at sort of like how would you say sort of like brand uh, prominence in just like the normies, if they're going to name like what would be a good first watch to get, Rolex, Omega, Tag, and Breitling. But I would say out of those ones, Omega would be last
Really?
for most normies.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Omega has, but right now we're in the sport watch world. Omega has the Seamaster, and the Seamaster is James Bond's watch. And you have the Aquaterra, right? The Aquaterra is their most universal one and done watch that they make. And then you have the Speedy. I don't think Breitling is going to beat them on that front because Breitling doesn't really make a watch other than their dress watches. I don't know if anyone actually cares about their dress watches, but their main core line, which is Chronomat Navitimer, and now that the dive watch, no one's wearing that with a suit. I mean, it's kind of weird.
I think they do. I mean, it's just like people want like a Carrera tag for a wedding that they're going to and stuff like that. Like
Tag, sure, but I'm arguing against Breitling versus Omega.
Right. I don't think normies really think like that. Like to them, like so the problem with Omega, it's never actually been hype. You know what I mean? Like
No.
it's never had this prominence on mine. It was always second best to something. And Breitling at a time, I'm sure in people's minds, was the number one watch brand. And for some, Tag would have been the number one watch brand.
Yeah, like
whether that was ever true, it's
I
kind of irrelevant.
I could introduce you to 25 Tonys that are 55 that own pizzerias. They all have Breitling 47 millimeter Breitling chronomats, and they have diamonds in them. And if you say, "What do you have, a Rolex?" they go, "What? No, Breitling."
Mm-hmm.
And in their time, it was Breitling,
exactly,
and then it was Panerai, and then it was Hublot. Like I know more people, in my line of business. I deal with more people that have those three brands than any other brand on this chart.
Makes sense. Who blows a little bit of that? I mean, they had a time too where they were seen as being like, oh, they're the most innovative brand because they're charging so much money.
Big Bang and the Fusion, they're everywhere.
You know how they used to describe their straps? Our straps are fused together. We're the first to fuse crocodile leather and rubber, and it's like you're stitching it together, bro. You're just gluing it together. But the literature was so like, no, we're fusing, and this is the first. They had very good copywriters, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think out of the list though, like the Omega's never had that prominence. It's never gotten to someone's number one unless they are a watch collector and they've sort of fallen into this sort of rabbit hole of collecting Speedmasters.
Omega's done phenomenally well for being able to move 500,000 units a year consistently and increase revenue by 50% over the last 4 years. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
By the way, some highlights from the Morgan Stanley Lux Consult report by the author, a couple of highlights from the author himself. The big four, and the big four are Rolex, Patek Philippe, AP, and Richard Mille. Before COVID, those four brands made up 37% of the entire market. Today, just those four brands make up 47% of the entire market.
Wow.
So just those four brands make up 47% of the value of the entire Swiss watch market.
So the four brands everyone is competing over.
Yep, those are the four brands that are the brands that everybody wants. Premiumization is something that is continuing. Watches that sell for over $50,000 make up now 1/3 of the value of the industry.
OC, you keep saying something. You keep saying, over the last 5 years, what they've done is amazing. Who hasn't grown over the last 5 years?
Panerai.
Which brand has?
Yeah, there's
I
some
mean,
that have completely fallen off the list, but in terms of place, like, I mean, Omega hasn't done that well. I mean, Cartier is crushing it. Like,
Yeah,
they took over that gap about, I think, 2 years ago. Now Omega's nowhere near in their taillights
yeah,
in the rearview mirror
they
at
don't
all.
compete. They don't compete with each other, but they were just they were close in terms of unit volume and revenue. What Cartier has done has been absolutely phenomenal. They went from 500,000 units to 680,000, and over the last 4 years, they went from 1.6 billion in revenue. You can see last year's numbers, 3.2 billion. So they've doubled
Unbelievable.
their revenue.
People
Yeah.
want the Santos. I said it over the summer. Last summer, I said the Santos was popping off everywhere, and all the fucking Colony dudes made fun of me. I was flamed in the chat. I was flamed into the ground. It's Cartier. Go buy a Santos, then jabroni. It's like, okay.
I think there'll be a little bit more friction now because for men buyers, they had so much trouble getting any kind of Rolex. Now with Santos as being like $8,000, I think you could either throw $1,000 in or take $1,000 out and get some kind of Rolex. But they're still coming up with great releases. So the new Bag Noir, that's Cartier's best release in 10 years, and I think that Bag Noir. I know it's a women's watch, the bracelet thing. It's just really on point. It's really going into Cartier heritage. It's such a pretty piece, and in full gold, they're making bank. Quartz movement, gold. They're selling these things and they're making bank.
That's to be good for the profit as well. They do really good with just time-only watches that are in unique shapes. So there's a lot of unique cases, but in terms of movements, a lot of these are like time-only simple things. Maybe the Monopoussoir was like the most advanced thing they've done. Of course, they always have a crazy tourbillon, a crazy thing, and Watches and Wonders, they show off crazy stuff. But the bread and butter, the Santos, this is time-only,
And women also still love the Panther.
Yep.
Like they drop
Oh yeah.
Garments for Panthers and two-tone. It's just Cartier must be making a huge amount of money. If you can sell quartz movements for tens of thousands of dollars, they're just making bank. And you know what? They're pleasing their customers.
Exactly.
No one's making money off
I
Cartiers.
almost bought one. OC had to talk me out of it.
I know, I did. It had a brown dial. So
no, not even that one. Not even that one. When we went to Fifth Avenue flagship,
yeah,
and they had a two-tone with a rhodium dial, two-tone Santos. I put it on. I'm like, fuck, I really like this. And OC's like, take it off.
Take it off. Listen, I even the only one I would buy was a full gold Cartier Santos. But then I think to myself, listen, I already have platinum this and 2 or 3 other gold watches. Why do I need a gold? Why would I reach for a gold Cartier? Am I going to the opera? If I'm going to a Broadway show, you know what? Guaranteed that all the females and all the gay guys in the audience, they're all wearing Cartier. But
no, you're missing it, OC. The point is, we're about to go through the 80s golden finance era as far as fashion goes.
I'll get myself a vintage polo. Buckley.
Yeah, but
I'll feel better about wearing a polo.
Cartier, listen, you're gonna insult Gordon Gekko?
I don't know. Listen, John D has a really fascinating point in the chat. He says, "OC, aren't the 4 brands that are doing the best? Aren't they? Don't they also happen to be the journey type brands where you need to have purchase history to gain access to more sought after models?" So that's an interesting point because a lot of people have said, listen, the 80 games don't make a lot of sense anymore. If you want a Royal Oak, it doesn't make sense to play the game. If you just want a Nautilus, just go gray. You're never going to get it from a Patek AD. Yet the 4 brands that are doing phenomenally well are the ones where
selling
they're selling the journey, and they're able to convince people that journey is worth it, even though as individuals, maybe you or me or somebody else may not see it, they're convincing people, you know what, you do want to be a part of this brand, and it does require loyalty and investment and a long-term long lifetime customer value. So what do you say to that? Is despite what our opinion is what they're doing working?
Yes. Oh, see, on that note, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom to less revenue, can we see what Jorn did? Is that on here?
Ooh, I was thinking the same thing.
Jorn's under 100 million, under 100 million. They're nothing. You know,
I know,
Yeah,
but
but
are they like number
100
50? Like where are they?
they're 37, 103 million.
yes, they keep climbing.
Okay, but they're up. So let's compare it to last year. Right? What was last year?
Last year, I have last year and 4 years ago. So last year they did. I don't think they were even on the map 4 years ago. So last year they did 98 million, 1,800 units.
So
And,
what we've heard
and 4 years and 4 years ago they did 650 units, 26 million.
So here's what we've heard, which is kind of, like, in my opinion, is lame, but you can't go by me because I also hate the watch like more than anything. They make 1,000 of their watches, and then they're making 900 Elegants.
Yep.
I fucking hate the Elegant.
I don't know if 900 is accurate, but for sure a large portion of this is going to be elegance. It's why, listen, it's quartz is relatively easy to make compared to everything else they make. I like the watch when it was at retail or under retail, 8,500. I thought was a great price for that watch, but I don't dictate the market. But a good chunk of that is Elegantes for sure.
Yeah, well, that's what they tell. They tell people, oh, we make 1,000 watches, 900 watches. To me, the Elegant, I think they're pumping them out because the demand in the list on Jorn is so long that they need a fill-in watch to keep you.
Exactly.
Right? Like that year 2 and 3 when you're not getting anything. Oh, we have the Elegant for you to hold you over.
Yep. And now there's the black label. If you go to the restaurant and you're really good there, you can get the red version, the Title 8 red dial, which is pretty cool looking. And yeah, but at least it gives something. You could get something, you know. And the retail price on it, I don't know what it is now, but you know, back in the day it was like 11, 12 grand. So it wasn't insane. It's very unique movement. But at the 60 grand people are paying on the secondary market, there's a lot of there's other Jordans I'd buy. For, you know,
two more that I'm interested in. Louis Vuitton and Zenith. What was last year? What was last year on Louis Vuitton?
Okay, so Louis Vuitton is number 31. The 31,000 units, 152 million in revenue. Louis Vuitton last year was they were in 32nd place last year, 162 million, 35,000 units.
Okay.
So they're down. So
that's a huge loss. It's like 40%.
Well, 30. I see that as like 15% from 35 to 31. Right.
Oh no! I mean, from the revenue numbers, you said they were doing 150, 160
revenue,
last year.
162.
162. So they've lost 35.
162 down to 152.
More. No, 145.
They lost 10 million.
No, it's like 30% revenue down.
No. You got the numbers wrong, Aussie. It's 162 down to 152. 10. They're down 10.
I'm looking at the Zenith line. Yeah. Sorry, I was looking at the
good.
Zenith line. I confused LVMH.
All good. And then 4 years ago, let's see if I'm going to find Louis Vuitton.
See, I wish their fashion watches were mixed in here, or they still have fashion watches. I'd love to see just how their high end is doing. Because 31,000 is not of their high end for sure. Or else I don't believe.
Is Chanel on this list?
Yeah, they're way up.
4 years ago, Louis Vuitton wasn't even on in the top 50.
Right.
Yeah.
So that
All
shows
right.
you how bad.
What about Zenith? Because Zenith to me is the most pitiful fucking joke of a brand these days.
Well, Zenith, 4 years ago was at 13,000 units,
Okay.
and and today they're at 10,000 units, which is just awful.
Mm.
There were stories when Julien Tournaire took over as CEO of Zenith, who went over to Tag Heuer and now is CEO of Hublot. They basically said, "Listen, if you don't make 30,000 units, you're not profitable." So
Yeah.
Zenith is toast. 10,000 units is
Well, they're a
nothing.
joke. They're a
It's a
joke.
joke.
They used to be cool, but I mean, look at what they're doing. Look what they're making.
Well, their catalog's not cool. You can't keep copying Rolex and expect anyone, even your fans, to respect you anymore.
They copied everyone. They copied AP. They copied Rolex.
Yeah.
They copied the fuck is that?
Oh yeah, the Defies. Yeah. Well, what am I thinking? Yeah. I mean, we were for Zenith rep, and my wife was like, "Oh, this is nice. Oh, this is like the Royal Oak." And then you watch the rep blush. It's like, oh yeah, that's a nice watch too. I'll take that as a compliment.
Wow, MBNF fell too. How far off is MBNF?
Oh, really? Where is it?
49.
MBNF is 49, 360,000 units, 47 million in revenue. Let's see. Last year, MBNF was
360,000? No.
No, 360 units.
360.
sorry, 360 watches. Sorry.
Yeah. I was like, what?
I mean, it's easier to rattle off who has the uptick than it is like, trying to find the ones that you're interested in, because between them, like at this bottom end, we've got Parmigiani with an uptick,
Yeah, Parmesan is strong.
Moser, Jean, Citizen, and then we have to go up to the top 28 before we see some more upticks.
Yeah, MBNF doesn't even register in prior years. So
Yeah.
I'm interested to see what Jacob and Co was last year.
Jacob
Well,
and Co.
they're down this year.
Yeah, I see they're down. I'm interested to see
Jacob
what
and Co.
happens.
Jacob and Co. last year, 146 million in revenue, 2,750 pieces.
Hmm.
But Frederic Constant is actually up. How do you manage that? Luck.
Well, they're in Macy's. Maybe I don't know. 64,000 units, 104 million. Let's see. Last year, Frederic Constant.
Well, entry level people to the brand that are like 18 to 23, 24,
Yeah, and
Last year-
all that,
Yeah, last year Frederic Constant was 63,000 units. That's a pretty big jump. Huge jump.
What do you mean? It's 1,000 units.
Yeah, 1,000 units more.
Oh, 1,000 units. Okay.
Yeah.
4 years ago, they were 105,000 units.
Who in the top of this list were up? So it's like the journey ones, but who are we missing from the lower end of the list? So we've got
a lot of red.
Van Cleef and our pals went up. Bulgari went up. That's it. Oh no. Yeah, Bulgari and Van Cleef. Towards the bottom of this top set.
And this is not telling you anything about how many of them backdoored to Joma Shop because they couldn't actually sell the watches, which is odd.
I don't.
No, they have no way of tracking. I mean, this chart doesn't have any way of tracking that. But
I don't. Yeah, I would think how it's done. You wouldn't. It wouldn't
Is this
be
retail value or value to the brand?
it's
This is
wholesale.
Well, this is this turnover number. I'll show you the whole thing here.
Yeah.
I think turnover.
But because I mean, for Rolex, like what the businesses actually pay for each Rolex, I assume is around 50%
No, they leave them a 37% margin.
gross.
Back in the day, it was
Yeah, so we have this is the wholesale number here, but we have the implied wholesale value and the implied retail value. So we know what the retail numbers were based on their margins, and then we also know how much of their distribution is direct versus secondary.
CQ, you said it was it was less or more back in the day.
it was a bigger gap. So all these brands, just from my history in Caribbean market, all these brands used to give you a much wider wholesale gap. And the problem is people started to discount too much. And then brands decided, let's raise the wholesale price because you're discounting the brand. But then you're also, as a brand, you're getting more of the profit back anyways. So it became a win-win situation. But if you're coming to me, right? If I'm just a store in 2009, 2010, I'm doing pretty good. Jewelry's still good. Everything's still good. And you're approaching me with like Ulysse Nardin or like Gerard Perregaux, you got to give me favorable terms. Either you're going to give me a good spread or you're going to give me terms to pay you off. I got to test you out, right? So I know people where AP opened them up. Not to say they got a good spread, but for sure they had to try them out, right? That first order might have been, hey, give me 3 months to pay you or something, because like that dealer didn't even know what AP was when he was blessed with AP. Francois himself walked in and pitched him the brand and wanted to get from a different dealer. So back then it used to be a whole different game, but discounting just became too rampant, and that's where the Joma Shop situation. How can Joma Shop offer this much, even though there's other things going on there? But yeah, it used to be much different. Now, 37%, 40%. If you're like a newer brand, maybe you might get 45%, but like back in the day, I don't think 60% from like a non-top brand would have been unheard of, because you're expecting to discount 20-25% to sell it as well,
Person in the back,
interesting.
real quick, person in the back room, could you turn your camera on? Just so I don't have no idea who you are. Just let me know.
Interesting in these numbers is this third column, share of wholesale. What this percentage is showing, I believe, is the percentage of watches that went out at wholesale value versus their owned boutique. So see Richard Mille at 0%, so it's all owned. It's interesting that Rolex has 8% flowing through presumably owned mechanisms, which I don't actually understand.
They probably have a few like owned boutiques.
Do they?
I don't know, but there's probably something.
Oh, could that be? No, you know what that probably is? That's probably Booker.
That's so recent, though. As in, I don't think
they only have 20-something doors.
Yeah, but that only happened in like the last
2024, 2023.
No, but it was late 2024. No. So 2023 it was announced, but it wasn't. The deal wasn't done until like late 2024. So it could be. I mean, it could be Booker's.
I think the only thing it could be is Booker, because they don't have any direct.
Yeah, unless it's like a special international thing like that.
Well, like
I'm wondering if it represents some of like the super most high-end pieces where the brand is actually talking to a customer.
No, I think it's Booker. Like AP's 12% is likely material goods AP house.
When the full report comes out and all the analysis there, we'll probably get a good understanding of what that means, because in prior years, Rolex was 100% wholesale.
Yeah,
so this is something
Booker.
new.
8% is Booker. Yeah.
What's up, Rose?
What's up?
What's going on?
Not too much.
This
Happy
is you're not
Valentine's Day.
supposed to let me into this conversation.
Why not? Why not?
It's just gonna go downhill from here.
Okay, fine. What?
As long as when we're going downhill, we don't hit a rock.
That's right. No rocks allowed,
dude.
Are any brands?
If you've ever done an athletic thing in your
life,
besides lifting,
if you ever done an athletic thing in your life,
besides lifting controlled weights in a controlled environment on a track, you would understand that when your binding kicks, you're gonna fall. But this guy, here's the thing about Buckley.
Here we go. This is what he meant by downhill. Aussie expat and CQ don't know what a rose Friday night is like.
Mhm.
So
Buckley
let me
thinks
fill you
he's-
guys in. Let me fill you guys in.
No. Let me fill
no,
you.
no, no,
No,
you
wait,
gotta,
wait,
I gotta
wait,
tell
wait.
them.
Hold
I
on,
gotta
hold
tell
on for
them.
a second.
Hold on, I can mute you. Rose provides quality, very quality comedy where he roasts people on Friday nights, and he's usually 1 to 2 bottles deep
Okay.
when he does it. So get ready.
See.
All right. Am I unmuted?
No, you
Yes.
never were muted.
You were never. He faked you. He pump
Buckley
faked you.
thinks he's tough because he lifts weights in a gym with a bunch of girls. He lifts weights in a gym where they
Are a lot
paint the bars purple. Literally, they have these ultra thick foam grips, and it's all painted purple. And the weights, they're in 2.5 pound increments.
Yes.
And he goes in there and he lifts his weights and he yells at everybody about when he pushes up, when he does his shoulder presses, he literally yells, "Why aren't they giving me a Royal Oak? Why aren't they giving me a Royal Oak?" And then, actually, that's
Very
not true.
creative.
He starts at 5 pounds. He starts at 5 pounds, and he goes, "Why aren't they giving me a code? Why aren't they giving me a code?" And then he goes to 15 pounds, and then he goes, Why aren't they giving me a Royal Oak Chrono? Why aren't they giving me a Royal Oak Chrono?" And he goes to 20 pounds, and then he goes, "Why aren't they giving me a real Royal Oak?" And I'm trying to explain to this guy what the problem is. And I think it goes back to what I was saying earlier, which is, again, it's not the brands, it's you.
I need to
But
see better.
I didn't mean to come in and dominate. Let's go back to what you guys were talking about the market. But I
Well,
think it's go back. I'll shut up for a second. I think there are it's not so much the market as it may be the collector community, but I'll shut up for a second.
Make
yeah.
your point. Make your point.
We should bring up the factor of China in some of this discussion because I know explicitly China is just like completely fallen off a cliff and never came back, and I believe it was about 35% of the entire market. But I need your quick opinion. Royal Oak Chrono, should I get one?
Which style?
What size?
I don't really care. I think
What
they
size?
all look pretty good. Do they have options at the moment?
Yeah.
38, 41.
41.
Okay.
It's a good watch.
But if you
Hold
think that
hold that thought. Hey, hold that thought. Let's pull it up. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'll pull it up.
Because I just saw my friend, he got the ceramic in black, and it made my heart jump a little bit. Like, this actually is pretty good.
It's a good looking watch.
Yeah. Yeah, and all black. It's like 76,000 retail, about 110 aftermarket.
So here's my question, which is OC in particular. Why do people think that production is a freight train that can never be slowed? It can be slowed all the time. AP is the perfect example. AP slows production all the time. Why do these people think that, like, no, they just push the watches out there and the market has to respond? They are increasing and slowing production all the time.
Well, I think a lot of people don't really understand how watches are made, and like so they don't understand that some watches can be upped in production and slowed down in production. Like it's never a bad thing to slow down in production if you're a brand
Yeah.
like AP, you know.
Right. And in the text, the case study of this is Vacheron.
Yeah,
Vacheron's productivity is incredibly volatile. They increase and slow production all the time. Nobody knows that they do it, but they do it all the time. And so I don't understand why people like Buckley,
I didn't
who
say anything about that. I didn't say anything about
people
that
like Buckley
fuckface.
who started collecting watches 15 minutes ago think that
20
these
minutes ago.
brands
20
these
minutes ago.
brands make the same number of watches every year.
I
They
didn't say
don't.
that. I didn't. You're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say that.
But you think that. I know you
No, I
well
didn't
enough
think
to know that
that.
you
I
think
didn't
that.
think that. Hey, there's been 4 sober people on the panel. Did I say that once?
I know, but like
No,
you have
no,
a
you don't know.
you
You
have a
don't.
neophyte
You don't
understanding
know.
of the market, so I know that you think that. Like
No, no, no. You don't know what you're talking
production is
about.
volatile. You guys think that demand is volatile and production is constant. It's not. Production is incredibly volatile.
Well, it also depends if you're part of a brand group or not. If you're traded on the Swiss market and stuff like that, where the export's important. The really interesting thing you mentioned, Vacheron, that's a great point because they made a decision to make their I can never pronounce it properly, but they have a big production dedicated to custom pieces and
Mhm.
bespoke pieces. So they're just able to say like, all right, we'll just lower production here. We'll just take care of our super high end clientele,
Yeah.
make so they have a lever that they can play with. So they don't need to overproduce while still being part of a big
Yeah.
group
They
organization.
call it le collectionnaire is
Yeah,
the
or isn't
umbrella.
Le Cabinetoire or something like
Yeah. Le Cabinetoire and Le Connectionnaire. It's all the same.
that? Yeah, exactly.
Vacheron moves production on the backside based on anticipated demand. AP does it the same. The only brand that actually doesn't do it is Rolex. But
No need. You just print gold. You just print gold.
Mhm. Right.
Oh, I wish I was
But,
born.
well, part of it might be that Rolex just doesn't have the feedback loop. Every watch they send out to wholesale, just they see it being sold within the week it arrives at the retailer.
Well, I mean, for them, I mean, the thing is, I don't know when has Rolex ever did bad. You know, they're just doing amazing now. But even I don't know if there was a time when in the 80s that you had to like force people to buy Daytonas and stuff like that. But since then, since like the early 2000s and 90s, you know, I don't think anybody's been they could do what they want. It's
Wait,
just
your
money.
question was what did Rolex ever do bad?
Yeah, like
Now,
when was it?
when did they do bad?
Yeah, like when was like a
Every yacht master ever made.
no, not if they were bad watches. Because it doesn't matter if a few watches in a collection. Because the beauty about that yacht master is it's gonna sell eventually. You know, that's the beauty about like all the precious metal watches and stuff like that. Is that people see it as oh man, this is sitting inventory, but let me tell you, there's gonna be some quirky guy who's gonna buy it. I've seen it. I've seen watches that have when you look up the inventory number, 5 years old. You sell it, you gotta go to the watchmaker and be like, hey, make sure this
But
thing even works, and
that's not based on the property that they're making. That's based on the brand equity. Like
true.
Porsche can eventually can sell every Taycan, whatever. They can sell every Porsche that they've made. It doesn't mean the product doesn't suck. Rolex can sell every Yachtmaster that they've ever made. Eventually, it doesn't mean the Yachtmaster isn't a dog.
True. I cannot disagree.
The Yachtmaster and Steel is a dog?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Which one is the dog?
Yeah, what are we talking
Every
about?
Yachtmaster ever made is a dog.
Oh, come on. All right, Rose.
Every
That's
every
not that's a bad take. I
Well,
mean, in
no,
Steel, like
come on. They're all dogs. They're all dogs.
listen, I'll take a little Yachtmaster 2 slander because there are a lot of petite rich gentlemen out there who can't pull them off. But the normal Yachtmaster is just a luxury sub. So if you
No
think of
kid,
yeah.
no kid ever graduated from college or grad school or med school or whatever it is or fucking whatever and ever said the thing I'd love to celebrate my 8-year degree as a yacht master. It's
well,
never
that's because
happened.
nobody
No,
explained to them a Yachtmaster is just a luxury submariner. You
yeah,
know?
the
No,
Yachtmaster's fine. I mean,
a yacht master is a Rolex with a lowercase star. It's
No,
not
no,
a real
no.
Rolex.
oh my god.
I think the Yachtmaster is one of those that just got found. But I'm just confused. Like a time only Yachtmaster, you don't like that? You don't think that's a good watch? A
It's
platinum?
a beautiful watch.
No,
I mean,
no.
and it sells. They sell every single one that they get, and you'd be
Yeah,
lucky to get
No,
one.
no, my God. It's like the thing you get where you couldn't get the thing that you wanted to get. No, it's a
no,
dog.
But
that's
but
It's a
that's
dog.
true of everything that
It's a
isn't a
dog. It's
Submariner
like
or a Daytona.
so you know those people, there's people, look, they're honorable people. They're great people. But there are people that go to the pound and they buy the dog that's
no,
gonna get killed
no.
literally tomorrow. Like, and they're honorable people. They're
Well,
wonderful people.
what would you take? Here, how about a black dial,
Wait, but you know those
date
people.
just
You know those people that go to the pound and they find the dog that like tomorrow's their day. You know,
right?
so that's the yacht master. The yacht master is the dog that's like tomorrow.
I mean,
That's their
there's so
day.
many
That's
watches that are far below the Yachtmaster. I mean, would you take a oyster braceleted date just over a Yachtmaster?
yes. Name me a watch. Name me a watch I wouldn't take over a yacht master.
No way. No, this
Date just
this is a lot.
36,
This is a lot.
Yeah.
oyster, smooth bezel, black dial.
I would
That's a good
take I
watch,
would
but
take I would take a mother of pearl.
Yachtmaster too.
I would take a mother of pearl OP34
Yeah, I
What
know
is that?
with
I know
diamond
you've
with
been
diamond
drinking as
diamond
well now. That's all we know.
diamond indices.
Yeah, yeah,
I will not have this yacht master slander. It
yeah.
doesn't.
This is silly.
It doesn't. It doesn't deserve
No,
it.
so look, part of the reason that every Yachtmaster sells is they don't deliver that many of them. So
No.
they've never flooded the market. They've never had Yachtmasters and steel just hanging around the cases. No, I'm not saying you can't demand one as your first piece. You go ahead, probably will work. But Jesus Christ, they're not struggling to sell those.
No, I don't think so. Listen, the ruthenium dial isn't the fastest mover, but the blue dial looks good. It's a solid watch. They're much. If I was graduating, there I think I can name like 2 to 3 other watches. A smooth bezel date just would give me a nice yacht master. I can have fun with it. It looks good.
If
If you
I,
have to
I
use
would
if you
love
have to
a
if you have
Yachtmaster
to
as
use
my
the word
first, second, third piece.
if you have to use the word ruthenium to sell the dial, it's a dog. It's a
Well, no,
dog.
it's just it's how you get the girls' number. You know, you say I got the ruthenium now. You know what I mean? They're like, what's ruthenium? And then you explain the whole ruthenium. The whole thing about being a watch nerd, Rose, is you use all these words like horological for that
Mhm.
purpose. If not, you're telling me I've wasted 14 years of my life packing my brain with paddock numbers and Panerai references.
Don't put the
For
you
now.
said that you
Okay?
said that not me. You said that not me. Don't put
I'm
those
just
words in
saying,
my mouth.
okay? So I will I'll use my words. I'll use my words.
Mm. So back to the Rock. Is that a bad buy?
When's the last time
No,
CQ?
just
When's the last time somebody came up to you and said, "Dude, let me show you, dude, stop. Let me show you my ruthenium dial."
I mean, if it's a joint, it happens a lot. It depends.
No.
So it depends, you know. Ruthenium's a nice word. Ruthenium's a nice word. But honestly, I think you should get a rock. Why not? I like the
So
Uh,
to me, I wrestle my kids. I hear a lot of bad about AP servicing and reliability, and the Rock is not a time-only piece. Scares the shit out of me.
Mm,
Is
I
that
think
true? Is that a valid concern?
It's
I
not.
think the
It's not.
problem.
Go
Go ahead.
ahead. Go ahead, Rose.
All I was gonna say, the problem with AP service, and I think the reason that people have a problem with AP service is that AP service is indicative of the brand, which is AP service is a tiered service. So
Mm.
if they know you and they like you, your watch is back in days. If they don't know you and they don't care who you are, it's going to take a long time. You're going to have a bad experience. AP is all about the club, getting into the club. And if you're pushing your way, fighting your way into getting into that club, you might get in, but you will always complain about the experience that you've had. If you've been invited into the club, you'll always have a wonderful experience, and that will extend to watches, service, everything. It's just, and from the that is to a fault, that is AP, and people who criticize AP and the service experience and the brand experience, the extent to which they experience the extent to which they're experiencing the extent to which they're criticizing the experience is the extent to which they're not in the club. And Buckley is the textbook. Buckley's the perfect example of this. Buckley hates AP. And you know what? Because he's on the sidewalk. He's on the sidewalk looking in. And what he doesn't
But
understand
who
is
gets in? I struggle to find someone who has collected APs and hasn't come to the conclusion that I'll never do business with them ever again. Like,
It's so funny. It's so funny. It's so funny you say that because that is the so wild. That is a sentiment you get from the people who have a lot
right.
of APs from a while back.
Yeah.
Is that they're just over with it. Whereas there are people who are, whether they're playing the game or they're using their relationships.
It's not a
what's going
game.
on,
It's
man?
not a game. So if you think it's a game, you're not in the club. That's the
Oh
thing.
no, it's a game. It's a game.
No, it's
no,
not.
but I've seen people
So
who've gotten like
AP
dozens.
has done the greatest thing. AP has done the greatest thing, which is to everybody that they kind of sort of want to let in the club, but not really. They've created a game. To everybody that's in, it's not. You just kind of get your watches. It's fine. It's a wonderful experience. It's great.
But I'm talking about VIPs who get invited to public events, B-tier celebrities in other countries and stuff like that, and they get like uninvited to events and stuff. I met someone who's like a whale, like extreme whale, and he never bought a Rolex before. He was just all AP. And he was telling me he's kind of done with AP. It's like it's all the same watch,
Mhm.
and he doesn't care anymore. He wants Rolex.
So what's
And
your point?
I can say that because I don't. Well, the point is like the brand literally has only one watch,
Yeah, but it's
and
the
that's
best
just not
watch.
enough. That's not enough to create a club out of. It's just not. It's not worth it, even for the people who are in.
Yeah, I wouldn't call them
But
the
I think
club.
I think the argument against what you've said is yeah, but they've done it. So that like
Well,
but they're
find
in the
someone
club.
who's actually in that club
Yeah,
that you're talking
yeah,
about.
that's what
Like,
I'm saying.
who is it?
It's not really a club. You know what I mean? Like you need
Yeah, but
relationships to get it, but it's not a club. Whereas
yeah, it
like
is a club.
people, no, because like when you talk about clubs, like the Jordan Club, that's a real club. That's a real club where
Yeah.
like it means something. Like that's something to aspire to. It's like, all right, I'm
So
gonna spend
so
half a million
you're
dollars.
talking about you're so what right now you sound like somebody who's not in the club. So
Well, hey,
you're
well, no, I'm just saying like
No, you're
when I
saying
say
that AP doesn't have a club compared to another brand. Moser's got a club. Like you go to
exactly.
dinners and events and stuff with.
hold on. That you might have just said the dumbest thing that's ever been said. Moser has a club. If you literally think
No,
that,
they do.
So
They
okay,
do. I mean, if
are we
you don't
talking
know
about
about it,
club
then
or
okay,
we talking
don't.
community?
Cool, you don't know about it. But
I've done
Moses,
12 laps. I've done 12 laps around Moser. I've been in and I've been out and I've been in and out. I am the Moser Club. Moser has a club. You're kidding me? You really,
Well,
really,
in terms of
really?
like if we mean
Wait, did you
club,
get? Did you wait?
hmm.
Hold on. When did you get into this? You think Moser has a club? Are you kidding me?
So their brand reaches out to their customers
Yeah,
pretty
no. I've been
regularly,
there. I've been there.
takes them
I've been there.
to
You think
events and
Moser has a
concerts
club?
and dinners.
Are you the guy? Are you the guy that thinks that the stripper really
So
loves? Are
I'm
you
just
the guy?
telling
Wait,
you,
hold on,
I'm.
hold on. Are you the
What do you
guy
want from
that
me?
thinks? Are you the guy that thinks
What do
the
you want from
stripper
me?
really loves her? Like,
No, tell me what you want from me. Like I'm
Moser
giving
has
you
a club.
information, and you're just saying, "Don't tell me information." That's laughable. Don't tell me the information. Don't tell me.
Moser
Don't
has a
tell me that I
club.
didn't get invited to these things.
Moser has a club. Oh my god.
I
I think
said so. Number one, the answer is yes, and
Wait,
number
do you have
two,
a
I
date
told you
just?
what happens.
Do you have a
No,
date?
I don't have a
Jeff?
date. No, I don't have a date, Just. So
Okay,
number
okay,
one,
that's
they do
okay.
have a club,
Good.
and number two, I told you what happens in that club. If you don't like that club, you can say you don't like it, but it's now a qualitative decision, not a yes or a no thing anymore. Okay, unless you're saying they don't have such events and opportunities as part of the brand, unless you think that that doesn't exist.
The Moser Club is the audio visual club. I love it. I'm pulling for you. I pull for Moser. I love the brand. I really love the brand. But to use Moser and club in the same sentence,
Well, because
like
I think
I'm pulling for you, man. I'm pulling for you. But I don't think it's gonna work out. The Moser Club is for like the Moser Club is for the guys that like yeah, they killed it. They killed it in AV Club. That's the Moser Club.
I
Well,
think
I don't know what you're getting at. I told you literally what's happening. Now you can say, well, dinner, that's nothing. Don't worry about a dinner. That's not an
I think
event.
it doesn't mean. I
Going
think
to
when you say
U2 on
club,
opening night, that's not an event. That's not a thing. Like, you tell
No,
me what's
dinner
a thing
going
and
to
what's not
dinner
a
is
thing.
not a thing. Going
well,
to
because
dinner is not a thing.
I think Rose, what you mean is when you say club, you're talking about how people get watches. When I think what me and Aussie Alex
No,
are saying
my
is our.
point is that it's not a club unless you can't get into it. And so, right, I'm falling back on like it's not a club unless it's exclusive. So there's definitely a Moser Club. There's definitely a Moser Club,
Yeah.
and anyone who has a pulse gets in.
Yeah, but I mean, but that's the whole thing. Is I mean, that's the point of the hobby. You know what I mean? Is to share love the watches,
So what
right?
do
No,
you
wait,
think?
you're missing.
What do you think
Wait,
the lines of exclusivity are?
CQ, you're missing two arguments. One is should we be inclusive and should we include it? Of course we should. Of course we should. Should everyone get into every club? Of course they should. But the
I
reality
have no
is,
idea what you're talking about at this stage. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Because the reason why the
are
like
we
the
talking too fast for you?
no,
No,
listen,
you're not setting up a criteria. You're just saying Moser doesn't have a club because they do. And then you're
You
saying
can't.
AP does have a club, even though you've got no examples of people actually,
Okay,
I
so
don't even
hold
know what
on.
you're
Let me
talking
explain
about.
it. Wait, I'll explain
Yeah,
it to you in simple terms. I'll use small words.
do it.
If everyone gets in, it's not
No,
a club.
tell me specifics. Don't be generalized. Don't be like, if I can get in, it's not a club. If you can get in, it's not a club. But if they can get in, it's a club. I was like,
Wait,
tell me specifics.
I just explained to you. Anyone who wants a Moser can get a Moser at any time, any day, everywhere, always, anytime. You cannot create a club where the criteria
I can buy an
is
AP tomorrow.
you can't buy a real AP tomorrow.
see that I see. So that's the
What's
thing.
that
Is like
mean?
where is where we're confusing access with like the club, because access is just relationships, right? Because I know.
No. So a club is based on exclusivity, right? So let's be
Yeah, but
simple. Wait, let
okay,
me
okay,
let me
go ahead.
explain it in terms that Aussie expat will understand.
Don't do that.
Let me explain
Well,
it.
you haven't
Hold on,
explained
hold on.
anything yet, so good
Listen,
luck.
simple
Use your
simple
words
terms.
well.
I'll use small words. A club is based on no girls allowed, right?
So that's
So
AP, no girls allowed. You don't
No,
need to use metaphors, just say specifics,
I'm
man. Get on
confused,
with it.
Doug.
dude,
You're taking a long time. You talk
I'm
slow, that doesn't mean you're smart. It means you're slow.
I'm literally using the smallest words I know. I
You
don't
need
have
to
a
talk
smaller word than
faster. Believe me,
exclusivity.
you're not getting anywhere fast. You're going at about 12 miles per hour, but the words may as well just all be connecting words, ums
No,
and ahs.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to explain it to you. I think you're literally getting dumber as we're
Okay, no
talking.
more metaphors. Tell me exactly what you mean.
Dude, I've said it I think 3 times. You're missing the mark. Clubs are based on exclusivity. Clubs are based on who does not get in, not who does get in. Are you tracking with me?
But Rose,
No, not at
but
all. Zero.
because
Okay.
what you're saying, I understand what you're saying, but like, I think AP is the wrong thing because if you have the
I don't have a base.
relationship,
I don't have a more basic way to explain it to you. You actually
No,
you might
tell
be.
me what is inside the AP club.
No, we've missed marks. I think you might actually be stupid.
I I don't know.
Yeah, well, okay. How about you tell me what do you expect once you're in the AP club? What are you getting? What does the whale that is got a good relation with AP? What are they getting?
It's based on. So let me try again. I'll round this. Let me round this. Let me round the wagons. If we created a club.
No. Stop. Just stop.
Wait, no,
The
I'm
person who's in.
literally
Stop.
I'm trying to explain it in terms
No.
in terms that you
I'll
might
let you know
understand.
exactly how
In
you can
terms that you
satisfy
might
my
understand.
question. No.
So if
Just
we
stop.
made a if we had a group of
Stop.
people.
Rose,
Hold on.
stop. Just tell me what the VIP expects from the AP club. Just tell me
Okay.
what the VIP expects from the AP club.
So that they don't put a bowl around their head and that's their haircut. Like I don't know what to say. Like if it's
Tell me
based
what a
on
VIP gets from the AP club.
what a VIP gets.
Yeah,
Okay,
someone
they
who's
get
in, what are they getting?
they get amazing watches. They get amazing experiences.
Okay.
Amazing connection to the brand. They have an influence on the brand. That's 4. I don't know. What else do you need?
What were the experiences, examples?
What are the experiences?
Mhm.
They come to where you are and they host a dinner with you and all of your friends.
That's
Yeah, but
cool.
like, any brand would do that. You
No,
know what I
that's not
mean?
true. That's a lie. What you just said is a lie. That's not true.
If I right now tell pretty much
No, that's a
any
lie. Hold on. Stop. What you just said is a lie. That is not true.
okay,
Every brand won't do that. That's not true.
any brand, if
That
I
is not true.
have
No, hold
listen
on,
to me. Let
CQ.
me
Hold
let me
on, CQ.
okay.
Hold on
Go
for
ahead.
a second.
Let
What
CQ
you
make his
said,
point, Rose. Hold on a second.
what
Or
you
let CQ
said
make his
is a
point.
lie. What you said is a lie. It's not true. It's not true.
If you approach a brand today, right, with qualified collectors, like even AP, right? I know, right, that I know people that I could call right now. I've never bought an AP. The AP doesn't know me, but I know people I could call and I could get a dinner done at AP.
You're lying right now. What you're saying
Okay,
is I could pull off a dinner. You're lying. You're
okay,
lying right now and you know
all
you
right,
are. The point, that's a lie. You're
okay.
saying I could pull off a dinner in my town if I had enough qualified collectors. Be honest for a second. Be honest. Just be honest.
Sorry, I got to run. I do appreciate you, Rose. I
No,
hope
you
we
don't,
can.
but that's okay. That's okay. We're
No,
just arguing about
I do.
hey,
I was literally
hey,
asking what they
Aussie.
expect, but yeah,
Aussie, all things aside, all things aside, we're just arguing about watches. Dude,
yeah,
I'll full stop. We're just arguing about watches. Good night. Full stop. I wish the best for you. We're just arguing about watches.
yeah. Don't worry.
Take care.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Take care,
Cheers,
man.
OC.
Take care, man.
Thanks,
Take care.
Elsie. Have a good one. Have a good night.
Cheers.
All right, CQ, make your point about keep going.
I already forgot my point. One point was
No, your point was I could pull off a dinner too.
yeah, because like what you're saying, listen, in peak COVID times, you're correct. These things are super hard. But I'm telling you,
Holy shit! What a caveat.
yeah, but I'm telling you, like right now, like if you're a group of qualified collectors, brands will make an experience for you. I don't care if it's AP or not. You know, as long as you're not running in there saying, "Hey, I need this watch, I need that watch." It's not hard to get what you're talking about.
No, you're
The
wrong. You're wrong. You're
okay.
fundamentally wrong. The watch the brands don't. You're so wrong that you're actually insincere in what you're saying. The brands do not pull off what you're saying. You're mixing two experiences, which is, hey, could I manipulate my way into a one-time event for a watch brand in a market Yeah, yeah, sure, fine. If I know what to say and I know what to do, yeah, I could pull it off. That's different from saying, do the brands say, hey, Rose, hey, CQ, hey, OC, we love you. We love what you're doing for the brand. Pick a weekend. We're coming down. We'd love to meet a few of your friends. Small dinner on us. We'll figure it out. We'll do it. There's dinners with a small d and there's dinners with a capital D. And you CQ, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And so
I
to
do.
mix
And
to
that's what
mix to mix these metaphors, to mix these experiences is just it's fundamentally it's insincere. You know the difference of what I'm talking about.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is the difference in experiences that you're talking about is just in the I don't know how to the spend the money that's in the room. If
No,
I okay,
no, it's not
all right.
true.
So
It's not.
you're telling me that if I call the right person at AP right now, say, hey, I have some extreme. I'm gonna send you the WhatsApp now of some super extreme heavy collectors. We want to do something special. I want to make a magical experience for them. You think that they're gonna tell me no?
Yeah, but they're going
Okay,
to tell me yes. That's my entire argument.
okay.
That's my entire argument,
No,
which
no,
is
I agree that like I'm not. I would know the right people to call, so that's why I can like it's a weird argument because like it's not like I'm just walking off the street. But I do think that even if the watch call me right now, if you did it the right way, if you package it to them, they'd hear you out and they'd make the experience for just because like it's a great opportunity. Now I'm not saying anybody's getting a watch, right? I'm not saying anybody's getting a watch. But right now, that's what all these brands are doing. They're connecting with communities. They're connecting with small private groups. They don't always advertise it. But I think I understand what you're saying, but I think those experiences aren't as rare or as hard to make happen as you think. That's all I'm saying.
no that
you
no
know,
wait. I think we're agreeing. I think we're agreeing. They're not that hard to make happen. They're not. We agree. We totally agree. The brands are pining for the opportunity to connect. Excuse me, with real collectors. They are pining for that. That's why. Look, that's why you come down to DC. That's why, I mean, the brands are pining for this. We agree. We totally
okay, all right.
agree.
So we're on the same page. I think we're arguing about
Yeah, yeah.
something different.
No, and just so we understand, sorry. I tend to come in hot. I apologize.
Oh, I don't care, man.
We're just arguing about watches. I apologize. Like we're
Listen,
just arguing
it's
about watches.
after 10 o'clock at night. If anybody's hearing this and taking this seriously,
It's after midnight.
I apologize. Yeah, it's
No,
midnight.
no apologies need.
No,
Yeah,
no, not to
it's
you,
after
but
midnight. It's
whoever
after midnight.
whoever's listening to this, like, come on, it's midnight.
I feel like we get to go.
TIPSD.
Yeah, my hope is like tonight's like no holds barred. We're just arguing. We're just arguing. Yeah, I think we agree. We probably agree more than we disagree.
Yeah,
Probably.
I think you were poking at Aussie a little bit, and we kind of just kind of
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
you
yeah.
know
Oh,
but
you gotta
all I'm
have some.
saying
Gotta
is
have a little fun. You
yeah,
gotta have
exactly.
fun.
It's
You
not
gotta
that
have
hard to get
gotta have fun.
a great experience.
I couldn't do it. I mean, if I tried to call AP and say I'd like to have a
Yes, you
dinner at
could.
5.
Hey,
I
Oh
could not.
shit.
I couldn't. I
That's
could
not true.
not.
That's so true.
you just
That's
have to
oh
dox.
fuck.
You just have to
Fuck.
dox a lot of people who's
Dude,
going and
OP,
like
dude,
that.
that's just so wrong. This is no, stop it. OC is arguing against me because he's mad at me. He's if that's
I thought I was arguing for you. I mean,
no, you're
I'm saying
arguing against me. If OC wanted to pull together a dinner in any market on the East Coast and say, I'm pulling together a dinner of experienced collectors, he could reach out to a brand and brands would be pining to get together with him. That is fun. That you're
but
so
that's
wrong. You're
100%. That's
wrong.
100% different than the scenario of your being already in the club and the
You're in
brand
the
coming.
club. You're in the
No,
club. That's
no,
so
and the brand
wrong.
coming to you and saying, "Hey, we know you're in New York City. We'd like to set up something with you and your friends 4 weeks from now. Can you help us put it together? That's a totally different thing.
Potato. That's not true. That's not true.
Well, I
If
thought that's what you were
OC
arguing 30 minutes ago, is that there is a significant difference between that.
The goal line
fine.
is
Okay, fine. Slightly
Could I
less.
work my ass off and call AP or whomever or one of these brands and beg them to please help subsidize
No,
a
you
dinner
wouldn't
with
be
five?
begging. You wouldn't be
would-
begging.
They
Stop
wouldn't
up.
do it.
You
I
wouldn't be
would beg
begging.
and they
You
wouldn't
be
do it.
begging.
I would beg
They would
and they
do it.
wouldn't do it, Rose. They say, listen, oh, we don't do that kind of thing. Oh yeah, well, we don't
Yes,
have
they
the budget.
would. Yes, they
No, they
would.
wouldn't.
Yes, they would. Yes, they would. Bullshit. Yes, they would. They would do it for you.
I think so. As long as you're not
They would.
asking for a watch, I feel like
They would.
it's okay.
I don't know people that do that. I mean, we're in New York City where we have a lot of different clubs. Every day of the week there is an event and a boutique. So, for example, tonight there was an event at Piaget. Right, every night of the week there's an event at a different boutique where people are invited. I'm not invited to any of those things, partly because it's too cold. I don't want to go, but I don't get the invites anyway.
Yeah, but it's like
No, wait. Wait. Hold on. That's a stupid analogy. You don't get the invites to the Piaget because you literally you haven't shown up and written down your email address. That's like if you wanted to be at the Piaget dinner, of course you could be at the Piaget dinner. The
I don't
reason
think so.
now stop. Now you're just arguing.
I know the people who were at the dinner. I'm not an influencer
That's
like
stupid.
that.
That's
you know?
stupid.
yeah, I don't
That's
get the
stupid.
invite.
No, you're lying. The fact that if OC is literally going to if OC is going to say right now, he can't get into the Piaget dinner, he is lying through his teeth.
I didn't get invited. I didn't get invited to the fucking Wempe holiday party, and I bought a $65,000 Patek.
That's bullshit. You're lying.
Oh, you need to send an email about that.
They know.
He's
They
lying.
know. And then people say, you know what? It's just a holiday party. Don't worry about it. But hey,
Nah,
He's
nope.
lying. He's
I'm
lying
sorry.
about Piaget.
I
He's
want
lying
all
about
I want all the experiences. I work hard for my money, so
you know
like
who was
a
at the
good holiday.
PHA party? Wrist Check Pod. They were
Oh,
there.
there you go. See, they're connected guys, man. I'm not connected.
Yeah, they go to everything. They get all the invites. CQ, you know those guys. They're
Yeah,
everywhere.
that's
I gotta break
Showing
it.
up in their
Now I'm
fucking,
independent.
showing
I
up in
gotta
their
break
fucking
it.
their construction pants and their big
They-
boots and you know.
Changing the look, man. They're changing the look of watch media.
They're changing the look of the hobby.
That's for
Why
sure.
don't you wear cargo pants, OC?
By the way,
That's your problem.
it is late, but look, I want to show you something.
Yeah, I'm about to
I haven't.
You're being look. Let's be honest for a second.
Oh, look at you guys. Fresh
You're being insincere. You're being insincere. If you're
One
suggesting
$500
that
super
you
chat to unbox this.
that
I
you're
want
not,
to know what
you
it is.
couldn't get with a flick of the wrist. You couldn't get on the invite list if you actually wanted to go to a Piaget event. That you couldn't get it.
I don't want to go, but I don't want to go, but I'd like to be invited.
No, he's arguing against me right now. This is the thing. OC will.
Hey, maybe he's right. I've never. Well, not say that for somebody sees.
He's
this.
just arguing against me.
What you're in Miami. You CQ. What do you get invited to? What's the last thing you got invited to?
The last thing I got invited to was Cartier. The last year. Last year they did a big thing in Art Basel, but I'm not. I don't really schmooze like that outside of like now I'm independent, so now I want to be a little bit more out there. But before that, I go to work and go home. I got CP time, but besides that,
but CQ's different. CQ's in the industry, and
I'm
everybody
the enemy
who knows
timer,
CQ knows he's in the industry.
No, I don't get the invites though. I'm in the industry, but like because I was part of dealers, I was always seen as like, I want to touch you, but don't touch you, because who are you? Are you CQ or are you David? Are you CQ or are you Watchbox or something like that? Right. So like, I never really got that super beyond like Dubai, where that was like a different type of relationship. Right. I don't really get. Now I will because I'm going to snooze a little bit, but before that, I'm not on the list. They don't know me.
So he's lumped in with the flippers.
Yeah, exactly. Like I could not buy a watch right now. For
No,
me to
I'm not
buy,
trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be
no,
mean. I'm just saying
It's,
this
it's
is
not mean at all. It's not mean at all. I'm in the business. If you Google me, all I do is talk
right.
about watches and I sell watches. So like,
No, we
I
know.
can't buy a Rolex. Even if I
Yeah.
go to the islands, they won't sell me. I'd have to like bring my mom and my dad and like sign the thing in blood and like it'd be like a whole. Oh my god, it wouldn't even be worth it. Yeah. So no, I'm seen as the industry. So like, if you invite me in a room, rightfully so, you're like, oh, am I inviting somebody who's going to take my clients? Now it's different because I don't work, I'm doing a different type of thing. So, but before it's like, you don't really want to invite me in a room for me to
Right.
sweet talk your collectors and be like, oh, who's this guy? You don't do that. I
CQ
understand.
doesn't even know. CQ doesn't even know who he is in the industry. You know, CQ. You know, you and I have met multiple times. You don't even know.
I believe you. I
You
can't
don't even know.
place your voice, but I believe you met
No,
many
yeah,
times.
it's a great caveat. We've met when you came down to every time you come down to DC, we've met.
Oh wait, no, I
You,
got
you
to
don't.
think.
You still don't know who Rose is, do you?
You don't even no, don't say anything, OC. You
Oh
can't say
wait,
anything.
oh wait.
You can't say anything. We've met multiple times.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can't place a voice.
No,
Guys, don't
don't
say
place the
anything.
voice. Don't
All right,
place the voice.
I want.
We met
Yeah, but
multiple.
see,
I'm
Well,
only kidding.
good to
I'm
meet you
only
again.
kidding.
Rose
Look, I'm only kidding.
Rose only plays a troll on the panel after two bottles of Rose.
I figured. That's what I stayed
Yeah,
on.
I'm
Poor
sorry. I'm
Aussie
sorry.
though. Poor Aussie. He did it.
Thank you. Hey, CQ, thank you for coming on and standing up and dealing with our
No problem.
BS and everything. And thank you for standing up with the arguing and everything. That's what makes this look. We're all arguing about watches. That's what makes this fun. Come on.
Exactly.
I mean,
It's
if you
all
can't, come on.
If you can't have fun and rib at each other a little bit over
I
something as
know.
stupid as
It's
watches,
right. We're just
you know,
talking about
and I hope
watches.
Aussie didn't get offended because I think we actually do want to pull up a Royal Oak Chrono. That
Mhm.
I mean, I don't Royal Oak Chrono.
No,
Did he get it?
100%. I
Oh.
would hope if
Jump on
people
next
are getting
time, Aussie,
offended,
and we'll pick the right Royal Oak Chrono for you.
yeah, we're only jabbing. I hope people know that it's only jabs. Nobody intends, and me 100%. Nobody intends for anything to be a personal hit. We're just arguing about watches, and I hope people take it on the rib and don't take it personally. That's my hope because I don't mean any of it.
I didn't take it personally when I was not invited to the holiday party. I just
No, you should take that personally. The Piaget piece, yeah, you should take that personally.
I mean,
But
like, it would
I
have been
think
nice to get the invite. I
here's the
understand.
thing, though. Here's the thing. OC probably got the invite
I
and
didn't.
threw it in the garbage just
Yeah.
so he could make the argument. This is how effed our community is. OC would throw
And
invites
then lie
in the
about it. And then and then
in the
lie
garbage
about
and
not
then
getting an
lie
invite.
about it just to make his
For
argument
ratings,
for
on the
ratings.
live
All
Right,
through
stream.
the
Right.
right.
ratings.
Because you
This
need to
guy.
make up stories to make
Right,
up content.
right.
Yeah.
Hey, 63 people at midnight. What a
There's
stream.
63 people watching right now,
Oh my God.
which is unbelievable. Guys, upvote the live stream. Tell you what we're gonna do. I feel bad because there's so many people watching and it's Valentine's Day wherever you are. But we'll do this. We'll do something special. We're gonna do a VIP after show, which
Uh-oh.
means that only 10 people are allowed in the show. That means I'll drop the link. VIP after show. This is the link.
Right.
If you click on this link, you come on, and there's only 10 slots. You don't make the first 10 slots, you don't get in. Sorry, that's what's called an exclusive club, right?
If OC ends up being my Valentine, I need to seriously think about my life.
By the way, what is your preferred chocolate brand to receive for Valentine's Day?
Mine?
Is it Whitman
Always.
Sampler? Is it what is it?
Oh, I mean, obviously for me. So if I got to go like a brand that people are gonna know, obviously I'm
people
a
don't.
Godiva. I'm a Godiva bitch.
Oh,
Like I
that's
want the goods. I want the good stuff.
You think
Good
that's
stuff.
good?
I need a
Godiva, yeah.
fancy French chocolate sampler.
No. I want Godiva. I want like good stuff. If CQ shows up and he's got some like fucking local brand that he brought from Philadelphia. Where the hell? No.
Oh, there's
You
a
want
place in Miami and it
like
does smell
expensive,
amazing.
the gold box and everything. Yeah, like no, I'm high end. Obviously, we've been talking about getting into the Royal Oak Club.
It's all about the chocolates. And then
or like that Nibu, whatever that Nibao shit is. That what does Richemont send out? I don't remember. High end chocolate,
oh, it
expensive
depends where you
chocolate.
are, man. In the Middle East, you're getting like
Knee house,
all
knee
types of
house, knee
chocolate.
house, knee house, knee house.
Yeah, we got Lint, Lauterock. We got there's a Lauterock on Fifth Avenue, which is a great place. I went there one time. I'm like, you know what? Instead of having lunch, I'll just get it like a little tiny chunk of a milk chocolate and almond bar. Like about 3 ounces, $13.
Yeah, sounds about
Yeah,
right.
feels
Crazy,
right.
crazy. Tell you what, guys, thanks so much for tuning in tonight, guys. Thanks to all the people who are on the panel: Buckley, Aussie, CQ, Rose. If there's anybody else I missed, my apologies. All the great people in the chat. Thank you, everybody, for the wonderful member chats like Mathis,
Thank you.
Chalk Flew Up, Mr. Fahrenheit, who became a member, No Biggie Sal, Vamal, Gatsby, Cloud Ken, Vamal, and Gatsby. Thank you for the super chats as well. Really appreciate it, guys. Upvote the live stream, and the link to join the VIP after show is pinned at the top of the chat. Happy Valentine's, everybody, and see you later. Say goodnight, Rose. Say goodnight at CQ.
Good night,
Deuces.
everybody. Thank you.
Good night, everybody. Peace out.
Thanks for putting up with me.